Auburn game goes. Let's see how that goes. But I would start looking for us right after Auburn, Arkansas.
Yeah, so we may get a midday post-game show tomorrow around 2:30ish or so, and then sit back and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much for being part of the family here, and don't forget, make plans ahead. Next Thursday night, Bud Light game night will be at the Steel Gastro Pub in Lakeview. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Satellite in my eye, like a diamond in the sky. How I wonder, satellite from the moon, and the world your balloon, beeping time for the mother station. Winter's cold, spring they sail, and the cool wave of the storm is chasing. Everything all needs a place, and look up, look down, all around, satellite. Satellite headlines read, someone's secrets you've seen, eyes have been replaced. Satellite dish in my arm, tell me more, who's the king of your satellite castle? Winter's cold, spring they sail, and the cool wave of the storm is chasing. Everything all needs a place, and look up, look down, all around, satellite. Rest high above the clouds with no restrictions. Television rebounds from the wall, and while I spend these hours, my senses reading, I laugh about this weather and satellite. Satellite in my eyes, like a diamond in the skies. How I wonder, satellite is from the moon, and the world your balloon, peeping time for the mother station. Winter's cold, spring they sail, and the cool wave of the storm is chasing. Everything all needs a place, and look up, look down, all around, satellite. Rest high above the clouds with no restriction. Television rebounds from this world, and while I spend these hours, my senses reeling, I laugh about this weather and satellite.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Great song from Rocky to get us going on a new week. Week 10 of college football coming up, and it is massive in the SEC. LSU, Alabama weekend, and we get that number 1, number 2 showdown we've all wanted. Except Alabama and LSU isn't it this time. It's Tennessee and Georgia, but Alabama LSU is a big one too. We could decide the SEC championship game this week.
Yeah, Ole Miss is still the thorn in the side for that. If Ole Miss had lost to Texas A&M, this would feel kind of like a semifinal weekend. Ole Miss is the only tricky part because even if Bama beats LSU, then they've still got to beat Ole Miss. Now, if LSU wins, they got the old tiebreak over Ole Miss, and it becomes really tricky for the Rebs.
It does. We'll talk about everything that went on this weekend, both in the college game and the National Football League. We had some records. Amazing records that were set in the NFL and in the college game. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford. Lunsford off today. Tyler, though, is doing the Lunsford job. He's our intern, and we appreciate him riding in the side seat beside Rockstar today. And Taylor, in charge of social media, she's out in the command center today at Next Round Live on all our platforms. Remember, like, subscribe, and do all of that. It is our Halloween show. We'll start unveiling costumes in the next segment. We'll go LT first in the next segment. Brown at 9:40. I'll go at 10. 10 right after we do John Samuel Shenker, Rockstar will come out in his costume. Then Forrester, and right before Trash, you'll see Taylor, our social media director, in her costume. Just about 11:20 today. So that's when the costume unveils will go on this Halloween. We sort of dodged a bullet. That we're not sitting here in costume talking about a coaching change at Auburn. It was a pretty bad day at Jordan-Hare Stadium for the Tigers. And Justin Hokanson asked the question, has Brian Harsin lost this locker room? You hear a lot of the players still talking about fighting. They're fighting in that game at times. There's very few positives when you watch them play football. And are you surprised we're still sitting here today without a move on Brian Harsin?
Yeah, now I'm convinced they're just going to basically drag him through the mud and let him just, basically lose more games and just have a really, really difficult ending to a season. You know, if I would have told you guys Auburn was 11 of 19 on third downs, 468 total yards, and 0 turnovers. You
could have convinced me they lost in a tight shootout, a play late, right? That Mississippi State – or excuse me, that Arkansas just made a play late in the game. It came down to one final possession. You could have convinced me of that. I know you wanted what you were getting as I couldn't convince you they lose. Yeah, with that defense, you could convince me they lose, but I would have guessed they lost in a track meet.
That's what's amazing, though, is that we thought Auburn's defense, that's the one thing that you could really lean on this year.
Yeah, it's been bad.
It's been terrible, especially against the run. And, that was one of the things that I said coming into this game. I liked Auburn. I don't know why. It didn't make any sense because Auburn can't stop the run, and they didn't stop the run. 286 rushing yards for Arkansas and 41 points.
Yeah, it wasn't even a dominant rushing performance from Arkansas. They just sort of, dripped them to death.
Second half was, though. 216 in the second half.
Well, I was still – Rocket Sanders got banged up a little bit, or it could have been a much worse day.
He had 171, and, he didn't play his best. And as you said, he wasn't 100%.
Yeah. So Auburn loses, but the big story, Brownie, and you sort of have been back-channeling this guy. Auburn seemed to have made an athletic director move over the weekend, which is huge because that's the guy that's going to hire the next coach.
It is. It looks like John Cohen is going to be the guy, the Mississippi State athletics director, former baseball coach there. And there has been this long-held school of thought that that's what everybody was waiting on to fire Brian Harsin is get athletic director in place. Then you can let the school president, do the firing, do the dirty work, let the athletic director come in and say, hey, look, I wasn't here for Coach Harsin. We wish him the best. I'm here to make Auburn football better, right? And you let that guy be the white hat, the hero. He doesn't have to come in and fire somebody day one and all those things. That may still be the case. John Cohen, there's been no official announcement. He's probably got to work out a 2-week notice at Mississippi State. So, this still could happen even after next week's game at Mississippi State. So, I don't know that it's 100% that it's not going to happen, but the longer we go, it looks like Brian Harsin coaches through the Iron Bowl.
In the chat room, Chase says, just sitting in the stadium, it looks like despite the personnel deficiencies, which there are some, there's a lack of effort. They cannot tackle. there is personnel deficiencies, and that whoever is the next coach, that'll be the thing that has to happen, is that you've got to change that roster. Thank God you have the portal, and if you look around college football like at Ole Miss and other places, it's not the same 3-year, 4-year rebuild with a roster that Auburn would be facing if you were not able to go get 24 guys in the portal if you wanted to.
Yeah, but to what he was saying about sitting in the stadium, there's always a different perspective sitting in the stadium and watching on TV. You see different things, right? Because watching on TV, that felt like an 8A game.
No, I did. Yeah.
There was zero atmosphere. I mean,
it was a lot of empty seats.
Helped out by the fact it was on the SEC network and
with their low tier crew.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless Dave Neal, Deuce McAllister, nice guys, but that's not their best crew. I mean,
not
we know who their best crew is.
I mean, there didn't seem to be a lot of buzz in the stadium. They didn't seem like they had the volume cranked up a lot.
It was very boring first half. Very boring first half. But anyway, that aside, so I was texting with a friend of mine in the stadium, and there was one specific play, and you guys may not even remember it because it's not a critical play in the game, but at the time this was still a game. The Auburn punt returner just stands there and lets a punt go over his head like he's standing on the 5-yard line and it's going to go in the end zone. Well, he's standing, I think, on the 25, and it kicks all the way down, ends up being like a 70-yard punt, completely flips the field. And I texted, I was like, what's your punt returner doing there? He goes, and he texted me back. He said, you know what made it worse? I said, what? He goes, not one coach said a word to him.
Yep.
He goes, he comes to the sideline, walks to the sideline, takes his helmet off, sits down, not one coach. He said Nick Saban would have melted the guy.
Well, I thought what was interesting.
Which is true, by the way.
He would have melted. Speaking of the punting game, the Oscar Chapman punt's one of the worst I've ever seen.
I don't even know.
And on the other side, you had the Bear kid punting for Arkansas. When he had a mistake, Sam Pittman pulled him over and got on his ass.
Yeah, and that was my buddy, was what he was saying is it looks like this coaching staff is punched out. They're not even – I mean, that's something you should chew a guy out about, or at least if you're not going to chew him out, Jim, get in his ear hole and correct him kindly, right, with arm around the shoulder. Didn't say a word to him. Just let him walk to the bench.
Jerry says, I've never seen Jordan-Hare Stadium empty out as fast as it did in the third quarter there. It was pretty fast for there in the third quarter, start of the fourth for Penn State as well. But, I mean, I have a lot of friends who have great tailgate setups down there, and at some point you weigh, do I want to stay here in the stadium? Or do I want to go back to my food and drink outside on a beautiful day at the tailgate?
It is gorgeous.
And many times you choose to go back out and hang out with the kids and the family outside in the tailgate. So that's Auburn in a nutshell, waiting on the official move on the athletic director and then whatever comes next with a coaching change, if that is going to happen sooner rather than later. John Samuel Shenker joins the show coming up at 10:25 this morning Central Time. That starts hour number 2. The show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Backyard Adventure. We will get to everything else that happened in the SEC and around the country right here in this opening segment after I tell you about Backyard Adventure. If you're looking still for that perfect gift for the kids this holiday season, you still have time for Christmas delivery and setup. Right now at Backyard Adventure, you go to this website, backyardalabama.com, wherever you're watching in the state of Alabama, even if you're watching in places like Atlanta, Georgia, go to backyardalabama.com and look for a Backyard Solutions location near you, and they can get you set up for Christmas. Backyardalabama.com. Or if you want to call and talk to somebody, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. We're talking about those quality Backyard Adventure playgrounds, 100% cedar, huge pieces of wood, not some of that cheap wood you get at those big box stores. This stuff will last a lifetime. In fact, oftentimes you can find at Backyard Adventures some previously owned models that are still as strong as they ever were. It's that kind of construction, that kind of quality. They'll set it up for you. They'll take it down for you. They maintain it. They do the landscaping. It is an unbelievable product with unbelievable customer service. BackyardAlabama.com, 205-408-4FUN. Biggest game of the weekend, was it Georgia's over Florida or Tennessee over Kentucky when it comes to the SEC?
To me, it was Tennessee over Kentucky. We kind of knew what was going to happen with Florida, Georgia. It was a weird third quarter with Florida scoring 17 points, but, that game was dominated. It was 28-3 at half. They were a 23.5-point favorite. I fully expected Georgia to win going away. On the other side, I thought Kentucky could keep this game close. A couple of reasons. Kentucky's defense, their ability to run the football with Chris Rodriguez, and Will Levis had a career game last year against his defense, and the secondary seemed worse, but I'll tell you how bad Will Levis was. I started him in fantasy and had minus points. How do you have minus points for a college quarterback?
That is pretty bad.
Interceptions and sacks.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad, isn't it?
But, I mean, he was awful with the 3 picks. And people that continue to say he's a first-round selection, I just don't get it.
I don't see it, man.
Yeah.
I don't see it. The next time I see that guy look like a first-round quarterback, could be the first time, honestly. I don't get
Hendon
it.
Hooker looks like one every time he's out.
Yeah, to answer your question, Hendon Hooker looks like the Heisman Trophy winner right now. I mean, Stroud came back and had a good finish to that game Saturday. I know we'll get to Ohio State, Penn State, especially with Klatt. But Stroud wasn't fantastic in the first half of that game. And I'm sitting there thinking Hendon Hooker's going to have a good stage tonight. You know, if Stroud continues to struggle, he could literally seize the lead in this thing. To answer your question, I think the most important game was Kentucky-Tennessee. Here's why. Georgia still has the home game, right? So Tennessee still got to go to Athens. Even if Georgia had been upset by Florida, they would still be hosting Tennessee with a chance to still win the East. Yeah. I don't. If you're Tennessee and you lose to Kentucky, now I got to go to Georgia and win.
I get that going to SEC championship game. I'm just talking about what I saw on Saturday. Now Saturday becomes a lot more interesting to me.
It does, because Tennessee looks like they can beat Georgia in Athens. And that's, I think, what a lot of the AP voters said. If you missed that, Georgia hangs on at number 1 with 30 first-place votes. Tennessee, forget the Heisman, Tennessee, the football team, moved into a tie in the AP poll with Ohio State. They've got more first-place votes than Ohio State. And across the country, every analyst says tomorrow night when the college football rankings come out that Tennessee will be the number 1 team in the college football rankings.
I was about to ask you if you thought they would be. I was talking at church yesterday with a big Tennessee fan, and he asked me what I thought. And I said, listen, a win over Alabama goes a long way in the eyes of that committee. Alabama's very well respected in that committee. I said, you got to start looking at everybody's biggest win. I said, Georgia's is Oregon, which is still big. Oregon's top 10 day. Oregon keeps winning.
Looks better every day.
Yeah, I said, but a win over Alabama, I said probably a lot of that committee thought Alabama was either number 1 or number 2 when you beat them. So I think that'll go a long way. You've looked really, really good. I'll be surprised if Tennessee's not number 1 in the playoff committee.
Yeah, I would agree.
It would not surprise me if it's Tennessee 1, Georgia 2, then Ohio State.
Yeah, I think those are guaranteed your top 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ohio State, they really haven't beaten anyone.
They really have not.
And then if you go back and you watch eye test last couple of weeks, they've looked bad.
They have. I know they blew out Iowa, and they ended up almost covering against Penn State. There was some.
What a tease job.
Yeah, what a tease job that was.
Yeah. So we'll talk more about the first selection to come out tomorrow, but it's a big win for Tennessee because they looked mature. They didn't look ahead to that Georgia game. They took care of their business and dominated Kentucky. And Josh Heupel makes a great point. Rockstar, give me cut number 7. This is Heupel, who, by the way, and you can see what Tony Romo said. We can't play it for you because of copyright laws. But Tony Romo said in the broadcast of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia yesterday, watching Josh Heupel in that Alabama-Tennessee game, I think Josh Heupel will be a very attractive candidate for a number of NFL franchises this year and next year. That his style of coaching, his style of offense is built for the NFL, and they will just slobber over the opportunity to get him to call plays in the NFL.
All right, something we actually talked about on the show the other day is that topic. But may I ask, because I did not have the volume up on that game, how did that come up? Because I saw everybody talking about it. Were they just...
I did not have that game on.
Okay, so you just saw these.
I just saw the clip, so I don't know how they got to it.
Yeah, I'm just curious why out of the blue he starts talking about Josh Heupel as a college football or an NFL head coach.
Well, one way for me would be how creative the Eagles offense in that game has gotten around Jalen Hurts and how they're able to manipulate what he does well.
Right. My guess was going to be they probably ran the promo that Tennessee-Georgia is coming up Saturday, and he starts talking about Heupel. I was just curious as to what the connection was, why Romo all of a sudden is talking Josh Heupel.
You know, I guess it just depends on what Heupel wants to do. I'm trying to think of jobs that will be open. We always know there's 4 or 5 in the NFL that become open.
Yeah. Well, instantly, Denver.
Yeah.
Denver with an old quarterback.
Yeah.
Good luck on that one.
Yeah. The Texans probably, Lovie Smith's a placeholder, but you don't want that.
Las Vegas. I think we can all agree Josh McDaniels cannot be an NFL head coach. Are we all willing to accept that now? We've seen it 2 times now. It's been a disaster both times.
You got shut out by the Saints.
Yeah, Saints might be open. I don't know if they're going to stick with Dennis Allen.
I don't know. Probably give him another year.
Yeah. I don't know what all will be open.
Yeah, but anyway, with all that said, I was going to say Tennessee's probably prepared if he's able to close the deal and get to a college football playoff. I don't know. They give him $10 million a year.
You
can't
would-
make more in the NFL, so
Yeah,
why
you would
would
at
not
least
stay?
match what he's going to get in the NFL. I mean, if it became a money decision, Tennessee would be crazy not to do that.
Yeah, because they have worked so hard to get back here.
Yeah.
And here's what this team is doing because the defense played well against Kentucky. Here's Josh Heupel on I think he's stating the obvious here, which is why I think they've got a chance to beat Georgia this weekend.
The reason we found a way to be on the right side of it every week is because they've been focused. They prepare, they practice, and they get themselves ready emotionally and physically to go play hard once the ball is kicked off all week long. I thought we were very dialed in and locked into the process. Good teams get better throughout the season. This football team's got to continue to get better here as we get on the back half of the season.
Good teams do get better throughout the years. And if you look at, I mean, the teams that are projected to win national championships and go on and play for it, you see ebbs and flows. Like an Alabama team sometimes will ebb and flow throughout the season, a Clemson, Ohio State. But if you go back to that, I don't want to call them one-offs, but they end up in hindsight being one-offs. 2010 Auburn, 2019 LSU, two teams we saw up close and personal here in this state.
Couldn't sustain it, yeah.
That 2010 Auburn team, if you were going to beat them, you were going to beat them in September, right? That Kentucky fourth down, Cam going out of bounds, he completes an unbelievable pass. They saved the game in Lexington. By the time they're playing at the SEC championship game, that was a machine. LSU in Austin, back and forth game, lucky to get out of Austin with a win. They come to Tuscaloosa. By that point, they're a machine. They beat Alabama. By the time they're playing for the national, they're a machine. This Tennessee team Pittsburgh was their Austin. Pittsburgh was their Kentucky. They survived that game at Pittsburgh, and this team gets better and better and better. That defense looked, it was against a first-round draft pick, I'm told. It looked so good against Kentucky.
It's hard to believe in hindsight that watching Pitt get run off the field by North Carolina in the second half Saturday night, that Tennessee almost lost that game. I mean, in hindsight, that's hard to believe.
If Pittsburgh stays healthy at quarterback with either one or two, they win that game.
I know. But Dunaway's right. I mean, you can always go back to not always. A lot of times you can go back to championship teams and say, hey, there was that game in September. They could have easily lost.
Yeah.
And you know what? They get better. The thing I just continue to be impressed about with Heupel, and I don't know how long I have to own it. I mean, y'all can tell me, Brown, you've said it enough. I was so wrong on this guy, obviously, okay? I got this guy wrong.
Well, you don't have to say it every week. I'm just saying we hold the right to bring it back up next year, and the year after, and the year after.
I'm obviously wrong on it. But anyway, his sideline demeanor is what stands out to me. The guy is just so in control of his emotions. And there's different ways to coach. I mean, you could say Nick Saban's not in control of his emotions. A lot of times he blows his stack on somebody, right? Lane Kiffin celebrates, big plays and does a lot of fist pumping and all that. Both those guys have been successful, but I just like Heupel's demeanor. Yeah, they show him on the sideline. The guy's just maybe it's not just his demeanor, but it just looks like his sideline is in control of the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You could see it last year just with the improvements and especially what they were doing offensively. I didn't think they were going to be a complete team this year. I thought they were more like an 8, maybe a 9-win team. It's a legit team.
It is a legit team. They play 2:30 in Athens this weekend, number 2 versus number 1, Tennessee and Georgia. Basically in an SEC Eastern Division championship game there in Athens between the Hedges, Alabama, LSU, 6 o'clock with Herb Street and Fowler and Holly Rowe, the main ESPN crew, down in Baton Rouge, 6 o'clock for that game. We'll hear from Nick Saban coming up at 12 o'clock. We'll get to Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and all the drama around that in our next segment and our best and worst of the weekend. But one more game to look at here, one more team to look at after LT tells us about the great folks at Precision Sports.
Yes, Precision, our friends there, they want to remind you this fall. Hold on one second on the way. Sorry
Getting people
about that.
back into the game, man.
Well, my freaking arrow's not working on my computer. No Lunsford here. I don't know who's going to fix it out for me.
Tyler?
If you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs can be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Ohio State did not look, and I think this is why they're tied for second, virtually third place, because they have fewer first-place votes, and slipped a little bit. Now, they had one unbelievable performance from J.T. Tuimoloau, and it was an unbelievable performance by him. He had 2 interceptions, one of those a pick 6, The other set up a touchdown. He had sacks. He had fumble recoveries. Just an amazing performance there when they needed him the most. But for most of that game, that offense looked very pedestrian at Ohio State. And they did in the first half against Notre Dame, and they did for their first 9 possessions against Penn State, where they had just 1 touchdown and had to settle for a lot of field goals. Ohio State looked beatable on Saturday.
You know, it's amazing. And I wonder how many people just see final scores and they're like, oh, another Ohio State runaway on the road. It wasn't like that. You're right. They couldn't run the football. Stroud was a little off. When you look at his final numbers, 26, 33, 354, a touch and no picks, not a bad day. But there's just something missing the last couple of weeks with Ohio State.
Yeah, and I think you got to give credit to Manny Diaz. Again, you look at the score of that game, and you're like, yeah, well, typical Ohio State. Diaz shut them down for a lot of that game and had a really good defensive game plan until he just didn't have enough offense to go with it. His team's offense didn't help him out enough, and finally the down broke, and Ohio State looked like Ohio State late. Manny Diaz and that defense played a phenomenal game against
Penn
them.
State, until it broke, played good enough to win that game.
They absolutely did, yeah. Until it, like you said, until it broke.
Well, I mean, there was, 8 minutes left? It was
8:52, 21-16 Penn State.
Yeah, and they had a 3rd and 10, Ohio State, and they converted.
Yep.
And then it started to steamroll.
And that's what championship teams do. I mean, championship teams go on the road in hostile environment, and they don't play their best game and they win. That means you're a really good team, right, when you don't play your best game and win. But it also shows you that this Ohio State team is not unstoppable.
That's right.
Like, I don't think Penn State's the most athletic defense out there. They just had a really good scheme.
Yeah. And to me, and when somebody puts it on tape, then other
That's right.
defensive coordinators with better athletes can look at that scheme and say, okay, that caused them problems.
And Ohio State will eventually run into defenses with better athletes than what Penn State has. And if they can scheme it up like that, now Ryan Day's a smart guy too. He can adjust. So he's going to say, okay, we got it on film now. We got to fix this. I'll tell you what wasn't working for them is anything they tried laterally. Like all those wide receiver screens and stuff.
Right.
Penn State just blew those up play after play. Like Manny Diaz knew those were coming. And then it forced Stroud into less of a dink and dunk passing attack, and he had to throw the ball down the field more. And he struggled with that a little bit.
They were that close. They were 8 minutes and 52 seconds away from an amazing stat that C.J. Stroud would be 0-2 in road games against ranked opponents.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Now, our resident Ohio State fan that's in the building here, Mark, said scored over 44 in 7 straight, won every game by double digits. My guy, what else should we do? I'm just saying,
I
man.
just said you're a good team.
Yeah, I said it last week, though, when they scored the 54 on Iowa.
Yeah.
They didn't look like Ohio State in that game outside of the 28 fourth-quarter points.
Yeah, trust me, it's a compliment that we're talking like this, that we expect you to be such an unbeatable machine is the way we see that Ohio State program. All we're doing is pointing out there's a little crack that somebody else can win the national championship there.
Yeah.
We've done this to Alabama for years.
Again, I've already got a stake. I've got Ohio State against the field. I still lean that Ohio State's going to find a way to do this.
Yeah.
But you can't play like you've played the last 2 weeks once you get to the college football playoff. Or even against Michigan.
I'll give Ohio State the ultimate compliment. Never at one point in that game did I think Penn State was winning.
Oh, me either.
I was hooked into that game. I was watching it because it was a good atmosphere. It was a fun game.
Me too.
I never once thought Penn State was winning that game.
I didn't either, and we saw Sean Clifford. I mean, we saw the good and the bad, but 4 total turnovers from Clifford.
Yeah. 34.7. Oh, I got it. Unbelievable. 34.7 is the margin of victory of Ohio State against everybody coming into that game. So just the fact that it was competitive in the fourth quarter made it an interesting game. An amazing Sean Clifford stat for you. All right, you ready for this?
But it's not going to be a good one.
Well, it just shows you what you've gotten from Sean Clifford.
Right.
Hats off to Stuart Mandel, who pointed this out. Stuart Mandel, who pointed it out, but I'm sure a lot of people did. It probably came from the school. Sean Clifford broke the school's all-time touchdown record shortly after throwing his 3rd interception in that game. That is the full Sean Clifford experience.
That's what you get.
It really is.
3rd interception in the game, touchdown pass. He's now the all-time leader in touchdown passes in Penn State history.
They've had some pretty good quarterbacks, too, by the way.
Yeah,
that's pretty good company.
He's played for a lifetime.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, Lance will be the first in costume. He will do that. If you want to go ahead and get a head start.
Yeah, let me get a head start because I do have one little thing.
Oh, got to get the tattoos on. All right.
So he did it shirtless last year. If he does it shirtless again this year, I believe it becomes a trend at that point, right? Can't keep a shirt on. He's the McConaughey of the show. So Lance will be the first one to go into costume. Brown will do it in the segment after that. We'll see what Lance does. The first unveiling on our Halloween show coming up next. Brownie, tell us about Nichols Outfitters. Take us to break here.
I'll do it there, Jimmy D. Nichols Outfitters is right there off I-65 in Pelham. Listen, they want you to know if you've got a firearm and maybe it's a hunting rifle or a shotgun you just don't use anymore, they might be interested in purchasing it from you. Maybe you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago, but you still have the old one. Don't hang on to it. Let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols about what they can get for you today. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 and Pelham.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
You know, I agree with Jason over in the chat room. Of all the days on this show, how does Mr. Sci-Fi, I dress up in costumes on social media 80 times a month, John Lunsford, take this day of all days off?
Absolutely. That is a great question.
His wife is, Halloween is her Christmas, so I'm guessing that's why.
Well, I mean, it literally, like Laurel has done so many like short films and stuff like that, and all the stuff you see that we do like on our TikTok and Reels and all that, Laurel produces that. We can go to her with any costume request. She goes, "Oh yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah,
you need a redheaded mohawk wig. Yep, I've got that.
Got that.
Yeah.
Got that." I'm like, my gosh.
You need to dress like Stevie Nicks from Fleetwood Mac, the Rumors album, 77.
Yep. Got it.
Got that outfit.
Got it.
Got it.
The exact one, in fact. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know how Lunsford gets his days off, but I'm sure he's in costume somewhere right now. Hopefully he's watching us. Love that guy. Before LT tells us about...
Good save.
Good save.
That's always the cleanup.
Love that guy. What an idiot. Trash. Takes a day off like this, blah, blah, blah. Love that guy. Love that guy. My bookie brings you the show.
Yeah,
What a set of great games this weekend. Not only just the two big ones in the SEC, but you have an interesting Texas Tech TCU game in Fort Worth. You keep waiting on these Horned Frogs to lose. You keep waiting on them to lose.
But they just keep winning.
Here's another chance for them to lose this weekend. You can make a play at mybookie.com.
Mybookie.ag is where you make the play. You know sports. Yep. You know sports. You pick winners all the time. Why not get paid at mybookie.ag? Mybookie.ag has the biggest online selection of odds and contests for all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Bet on the NFL, NCAA, or swing for the fences, the brand new money bag. The MyBookie money bag is a one-of-a-kind opportunity to spin for crazy odds on props and futures. Here's the great thing. With promo code NEXTROUND, they match your deposit up to $1,000. You heard me right. You sign up free. Your deposit is matched up to $1,000 with promo code NEXTROUND. Not just a sports book, it's a community. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, double that deposit bonus with code NEXTROUND.
And I know what you're saying. Dunaway, Baylor drilled Texas Tech this week. How can Texas Tech beat TCU? Because it's the Big 12. And we still expect chaos to happen, though TCU and Kansas State now have a little buffer. Looks like they're on their way to Arlington to play in the Big 12 championship game, minus a disaster that could happen. Clemson, Notre Dame, interesting game, primetime, 6:30 NBC this week as well. Clemson, another one of those playoff contenders who are probably not going to like their spot when the college football playoff rankings come out tomorrow night. They seem to not be getting a lot of momentum and a lot of love as people start naming a bunch of teams ahead of them. So it'll be interesting to see where Clemson is when the rankings come out. But they play at Notre Dame prime time on NBC this week. A Notre Dame team that's not going to resonate like most years, but on the Clemson schedule, that's a pretty good game.
Yeah, no, it is a pretty good game. It's one actually in the preseason we looked at as, hey, this may be Clemson's toughest game beyond Wake Forest and things like that. I guess Notre Dame's gotten better. I mean, that was a good win at Syracuse. Syracuse has now dropped 2 in a row.
Well, they're running the ball really good.
They are.
And that's, I don't know if that's the path to beating Clemson, but that's their best offense is running the football.
Yeah, they're running the ball well against UNLV, Syracuse, and Stanford, even though they lost to Stanford. Those are their last 3 games. I don't know, Jim. I mean, this line came out a little lower than I thought it'd be. I think it's at 4. Primetime NBC Saturday night going head-to-head with Bama LSU, so you'll go back and forth on those. I like Clemson a lot here against Notre Dame.
Hopefully that's the case because I have a stake with Clemson there.
Oh, there you go.
Hemphill brings us the best and worst of the weekend. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. And listen, we've all experienced it here on the show, waking up and the heat not working, the air conditioning not working, the plumbing not working, or as we call that, Rockstar's house in 1 week.
Amen.
Amen, brother. Hemphill has saved him, Adam, Chad, and that team several different times. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. It's our friends at Hemphill. They bring you best and worst of the weekend. My worst of the weekend was the Miami football game, not the Dolphins. That was a fun, entertaining. That was a fun, entertaining Dolphins-Lions game where a lot of points.
Good effort out of your team, Rockstar.
Every week.
I applaud your team.
Every week they try.
Much like Penn State, I never once thought Detroit was winning that game, but you made it interesting with my Dolphins.
Every week.
What was it, 31-27 and just points? It was like a video game back and forth.
Well, it was in the first half. Detroit disappeared in the second half. It was the weirdest thing.
Miami, Virginia, though, 3-0 at the half, 6-6 at regulation. They played 4 overtimes.
That's right. What was that final, Jim?
14-12 in 4 overtimes with no touchdowns scored in overtime, right? Just one touchdown. One touchdown scored in the whole game.
I mean, that's one of those where you look at it and you're like, okay, this math doesn't make sense. How was it that score in 4 overtimes? That's impossible.
Was it no touchdowns at all? I can't remember how they got there. It was 3-0, then it was 6-6. At the end of regulation, and then it was 2-point conversions.
Trust me, I was not watching because that's just an awful football game. Miami has turned into a really, really tough watch, and I don't know what has happened to Mario Cristobal. So Miami, Virginia, done away. Well, the overtime was 8-6.
Yeah. Well, that happens. You had field goals and 2-point conversions.
Yeah.
4 overtimes, 14-12 the final.
Yeah, so your overtimes: Miami field goal, Virginia field goal, Virginia field goal, Miami field goal.
Yeah, and my best of the weekend was the game Christian McCaffrey put on tape yesterday for the 49ers beating the LT's Rams. He became the first player since 2005 to throw a touchdown, catch a touchdown, and run a touchdown. He's only the 4th player since the merger in 1970 to do it. He joins David Patton, LaDainian Tomlinson, who was the last guy to do it, and the great Walter Payton. That's some, since 1970, that's some good company. Christian McCaffrey doing the trifecta yesterday, throwing, running, and catching a touchdown as the Niners beat the Rams.
And that throw was beautiful, too. Like a quarterback throwing the football.
It could be a quarterback for a couple of teams in the league.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Your best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemphill.
My best was Ross Chastain's move at the end of the NASCAR race. If you haven't seen it, go find it. We can't show it to you for copyright. It'll be a copyright violation if we do. Ross Chastain, basically, the way I understand this, I have not been following NASCAR. He needed to finish 5th, past Denny Hamlin, I think.
He needed to get 1 spot up
to get into the top 4 in the playoff. And basically, if he raced it normal, there was no chance.
That's right, because you have to brake and pass in certain pass zones. They can block you.
So he said, and Chris is saying the same thing, so he says basically, I'm just going to floor it, and the only way I could keep it on the track is I'm going to have to rub along the outside wall.
That's right.
So basically, for the last 2 turns, his car is just flying down the outside wall. It's the only way he can pass him. He passes him, and he gets to the playoff. I mean, it is incredible.
Yeah. So
it's like something you would see in a movie, and you would see it in a movie, and you're like, they never do that in actual NASCAR. That's stupid.
I was just amazed that the caution didn't come out. They didn't throw the caution.
Was it the last lap, though?
Yeah, but still, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They throw the caution usually when cars go into the wall.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Maybe they knew it was on purpose.
But it was like one of those buttons that you hit in a video game, and it just you kick in an extra engine. But basically, he's just using the wall as the brakes, and he's able to keep up the speed.
I thought it was incredible. Now, I saw that Kyle Larson was belly aching about it and talking about how embarrassing it was. I'm like, so your fans loved it, man.
No,
it's not embarrassing.
It would actually be more entertaining sport if it happened every week.
Yeah, if somebody would do that.
Yeah.
My worst of the weekend was the scuffle at the. It was more than a scuffle. The Michigan State game at the ending. Now we've had Michigan State players suspended. That's a far nastier rivalry than I ever realized it was. Those teams do not like each other, and they fight a lot.
They do not like each other at all. And there's the tunnel video there.
Yeah, that was rough.
4 players suspended, broken nose, and all of that in that Michigan State. It was a fairly boring game, intense there in Michigan. Listen, it's not a tunnel problem.
The tunnel is a bad design, though. You got to give me that. I mean,
yeah.
Penn State and Michigan have done it this year, and now Michigan State far worse in Michigan.
But truthfully, I blame it on the 2 coaches you're talking about there, Mel Tucker and James Franklin. That's you got to.
Well, I mean, you got to throw Harbaugh in there too. You can't just assume Michigan is completely innocent.
I'm just saying they've done this for 100 years. That stadium's old, right? Why has it happened? Franklin has complained about it. They were throwing peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at the Michigan players.
Yeah, and they stopped up the tunnel. That's what Harbaugh was complaining about, is that Franklin caused it by telling his players to stop the tunnel up.
Right.
Yeah, now this guy looked like he just got jumped.
Yeah. 100 years they've had it, the
no,
tunnel there. And all of a sudden, I think the visiting coaches are making this stuff happen.
Yeah.
My opinion, I don't live there. I don't know that to be the case. All right, ready for the first unveil. Reed, will you be the door guy? For the door, you handle the door. Lance Taylor will take the shot here and bring in Lance, our first costume unveiling today. Here comes Lance. What does he have for us today? Instantly, it's Evel Knievel.
Evel Knievel.
Evel Knievel. I love this.
That's really good.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I love LT wearing a chain. That might be the best part of it.
Here, let me fluff that cape out for you. Throw that over your back there. At first, I was thinking Elvis, and then I saw the pattern there.
My
Evel
cape coming off?
A little bit.
No, it's not coming off. It's good. It's just
not the first time you've asked that question.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That looks so good.
I love it.
Yes. So Evel Knievel.
Evel Knievel.
As Patrick says, costume made possible partly by Dr. B. Yeah, we got the hair fluffed and everything.
Yeah, I should have got the haircut last week because I could have grown it out a little bit more on the sides. But yeah, we're Evel Knievel. Thought about doing the helmet. There was actually, when I got this online a couple of weeks ago, there was an authentic leather one, but I was afraid to buy it, not only because it was ridiculously expensive, but if it wouldn't have fit right. Not that this one does. This one's got bell bottoms.
Yeah, but
Evel Knievel had bell bottoms.
Yeah, that's true.
But I will tell you, you had to stand up most of the show last year as Tupac. You were shirtless. I don't think you wanted to sit down a lot. You stood up a lot.
Yeah.
That looks really comfortable.
You sit down, you got kind of a gut.
Yeah, absolutely. That looks comfortable. Like you're gonna be good for 4 hours
like
today.
PJs.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I couldn't pull the shirtless off this year.
Yeah.
Like my little one, they were allowed to dress up at school as long as it wasn't scary and it didn't involve a mask.
Who defines what scary is?
Exactly. And by the way, now we're worried about the mask at school. Anyway, she went in just a onesie. And I was like, man, that looks so comfortable.
Yeah.
I'd love to go to school in a onesie. And you know what my wife said? You essentially go to work in a onesie about half the time.
True.
We do. We have these joggers on all the time.
I know. I said, you're right. Yeah.
All the people that work up here at the law firms think we basically run a sleep study down here. All right, there's our first costume unveil. Praying for no serious breaking news the rest of the day, but Evel's here to protect us. Brown will unveil his in the next segment. We'll continue our college football and NFL conversation. Part of the show today being brought to you by Dr. B, the guy.
The timing.
You know what? I don't have my copy on me.
Oh, that's okay, Evel. Broken bones and all of that.
And you know what? This touchscreen doesn't work with my gloves. But I can still tell you about
We
Dr.
have not
B.
thought
Just give
this
me a
through,
sec.
have we, Reichstad?
Hey, on the fly.
I would tell you, though, you're probably going to have about 16 more reads today. So we're going to have to figure the glove
I
thing
like
out.
the gloves, though.
Do not light a matcher on me. I will go up in flames.
I do. The
I
hairspray?
smelled it.
Oh, yeah, hairspray and this has got to be highly flammable.
Yeah,
wouldn't you
it
think?
is.
Yeah, don't get on the bike today.
I think it was for Evel. They were wanting to know if we're going to line up some cars in the parking lot, let you do a jump. At the
Hey,
end
we
of the
can
show.
try.
God, I would love to see a jump today
You
on
and Bobby
TikTok.
Petrino.
Hey, with age, unfortunately for most comes a this is so ridiculous. Comes hair loss, but for Evel, no, because of Dr. B. When I went under to see Dr. B, he performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. My hair is now, after the second analysis, 12 to 14% thicker. This is working. I'm on my second treatment right now. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Absolutely. Remember, Ghost Energy provides the energy for the show. Drink that whenever you can. You see the logo here. Look for that. Great flavors, including some Warheads and some Other unbelievable flavors like my favorite, the citrus, the creamsicle flavor. You can get that Ghost Energy drinks wherever you buy your refreshments on the drive-in. When we come back, more college football. Baseball tonight, Game 3 of the World Series, 7 o'clock on Fox. Astros, Phillies in Philly. That series is tied. And Monday Night Football, it's Bengals and Browns. A lot of orange on Halloween here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for that big red building on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and always follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking at, you're about to see Brown's costume, it'd be, more importantly, at the top of the hour, you're going to see mine. You're going to say, man, Jim really needs to call Way to Wellness and get back into that plan a little bit more.
Now I'm excited.
I whipped so many hot dogs this weekend, guys.
Well, there was 2 ways he could wear his costume. And you're not going to wear it the way I really wish you would have worn it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to do it that way. There was one version where you see my chest and stomach, and I tapped out.
One version?
You know, yeah. I'll tell you what it is once he reveals, Rocky, and then you can pull it for all of our viewers and listeners.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah, he does know. He's the only one that knows, yeah.
Yeah, because the roommate worked on this thing for about 10 hours. I told her, I don't know what you're doing. I don't understand this. But,
oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's a Marianne joint, a roommate joint, so that's coming up at the top of the hour. Brown in just a second, but Way to Wellness will help you get back into the best shape of your life. They'll do it with a wonderful meal plan for you. You eat your own lunch, you eat your own dinner, but they've got a plan for you. It's different for each person. It works. Trust me, when I tell you this, it is fantastic. Planforme.com is the website. Planforme.com. It'll get you to Way to Wellness. No contracts, no sign-up fees. And listen, your consultation is free with Leslie and the board-certified members. Check them out there. Planforme.com. It is Way to Wellness. Brown's coming in just 1 second. You were not here when we were talking about McCaffrey and what he was able to do. That was my best of the weekend, beating your Rams there. That guy just 2 weeks with the team inserted and was such a big part in that win yesterday.
You know, it really wasn't a factor last week against Kansas City, but watching him yesterday, and I knew Kyle Shanahan is one of the best play callers, more innovative guys in the NFL. And you start to look at these weapons, and Debo was out yesterday. But McCaffrey, to throw a touchdown, to catch one, his catch was incredible. The throw was pretty good. And his run was pretty good, by the way. I mean, McCaffrey, the first to do it since LT back in 2005, LaDainian Tomlinson. And I told you guys before the show, I do believe San Francisco is the best team in the NFC. The record doesn't reflect that. Garoppolo, and the game could have been different on two things. Tyler Higbee drops a pass that he runs for days, probably scores. And then Jalen Ramsey drops what was probably a pick six. But outside of that, they dominated the Rams, especially in the second half. And the Rams look broken right now. I don't know what to tell you. The offensive line's not good. They don't have a running back. And you can't run the football in the NFL. You can't win.
A lot of good NFL action yesterday, and it continues again tonight. We get back to college football right after we bring in Brown. And Brown's unveiling is being brought to you today by our friends, the official tequila of the next round. I hope he comes out as a tequila bottle because he loves this stuff. It's our friends at the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Our friends right there with the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first multi-aged tequila, aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp, just like Brownie. Our friends at Maestro Dobel. Brownie, let's do it, man. Oh, Maverick.
It's like an aviator day.
You two are twins. What's up, Top Gun? How are you?
He's even got the shoes. He's got some black shoes.
All right, man. Do you have a code name?
I got a need for speed. Woo!
Oh, wow.
All right, so Brownie has rolled in. You take control, Maverick. You run the show here. I'm going to run and get in mine.
All right, what do we need to do here?
Yeah,
what do we need to do?
I'll give you a couple of these.
Well, y'all give me,
we'll talk a little college football.
Okay, we'll talk a little college football here.
Yeah, we can do that.
But I love this. I mean,
I like the get up. You got the dog tags. Well, what's actually on the dog tag?
One says Pete Mitchell, Maverick, U.S. Navy. And the other one should say...
it should say Goose.
No, Goose is thrown in the ocean, man.
Yeah, that's just the other one. Yeah, I thought the other one was Goose's. I thought he had Mavericks and Goose's.
Yeah.
No, he threw his in the ocean.
He threw his in the ocean, but he never wore it when he was flying?
He did, but he let it go, man.
Oh, okay.
For that last flight.
Yeah, so it doesn't exist anymore. It's in the bottom of the Pacific somewhere.
Bottom of the Pacific somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bounce out. You get set up and talk a little college football here. I will tell you, as I go do this, there is a chance I get injured in mine. So stay tuned to the top of the hour.
No, his is difficult.
Oh, so you know his.
Yeah, well, I was saying when you were changing into Maverick that the roommate put about 10 hours into this thing. I told her, I don't know what you're doing.
Right.
Like, Taylor came over on Saturday to help her. Basically, all day yesterday, that's all she was doing, running different errands. I think the thing cost about $200 to put together. I've never seen anything like it. We'll see how it translates on Dunaway.
Well, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how it translates on Dunaway. This has got me actually fired up.
It's very unique.
Yeah.
I would say that.
Yeah. And Rockstar, you're doing one too, is right?
I have to go to my backup option because mine was going to be a family thing. It was going to be we were going to have a little quarters Charlie Brown. We were going to be some Peanuts characters, but could not make the scheduling work today. So I had to go to a backup option. So I do have something, though.
Okay, I got you. Were you surprised, real quick, where the Tennessee-Georgia line came, the Alabama-LSU line? Did any of the opening lines surprise you about this upcoming week?
No, I think
Georgia's favored 9 at home.
Yeah, remind me Saturday. I thought I said Saturday it would be 9. I thought it would be a shade under double digits.
Yeah.
So I think that number's dead on.
Alabama 12, 12.5.
Yep, and that's why I said Alabama would be 11.5.
Yeah.
So those numbers are about right.
Yeah. We talked about it while you were changing it to your Evel Knievel. I thought the Clemson-Notre Dame line was a little low for me. I think I saw it at 4, right?
Notre Dame's playing good football. I don't know how much you watched against Syracuse.
I know they are, but they lost to Stanford 3 weeks ago. It's hard for me to say you're playing good football when you recently lost to Stanford, who's awful.
But they have won 5 of 6, and I thought it was an impressive. I mean, they pretty much controlled that entire game Saturday in the Carrier Dome against Syracuse, and I think it's going to be a tricky game for Clemson.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume the atmosphere will be great Saturday.
Yeah. When we come back, we'll discuss. I think your favorite college team, I think they have basically said, screw them every way you can on the way out of the conference. I mean, it's the last 2 games I've watched with them, they have gotten completely hosed by a call.
Oh, yeah, the calls are terrible.
I mean, it's incredible what Pac-12 officiating is bad anyway, but it's incredible how bad they've been to your team of late. So we're going to do that when we return. We'll get to your phone calls as well, 205-734-0923. John Samuel Shenker coming up in the next hour. And we'll also have the Nick Saban news conference at noon, Joel Klatt at 11. So we got a lot to get to. A reminder, right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic, you find Element Wellness, IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that right there with Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, Highway 280 and 119 in Tattersall Park. You can find Element Wellness. If you want to see more, you can do it at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. Tattersall Park, 280 and 119. Element Wellness, part of Greystone Chiropractic. Get your whole body better with Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness. More college football next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for backyard adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we go to hour number 2 of the Halloween Next Round. Our costume show, LT is Evel Knievel. Some say I'm more Goose. I'm supposed to be Maverick.
I'll tell you, man, the sunglasses inside is tough. I don't know how Eric Church does this.
I know. I've never liked the look,
adjust, man.
Yeah, you do. It's hard to read. It's hard to read my screen
We
and
all
everything.
make our sacrifices in life.
Yeah, that's true. Dunaway will be in his in a moment. I have no idea what to expect, except that he says he might be might get injured.
Well, I will tell you, I almost went as this, but I wanted to do it the other way. But the fall has not been good to me. And
interesting.
I was not going to be shirtless today.
Landmine Believer said, just tuned in. Is LT Elton John or Evel Knievel?
Take your pick.
Yes, is the answer. That should be either one, right? The best one of the day was that I'm trying to find who to give it more. Oh, here it is. Jody says, Rockstar, you'll love this. As I walked in, the Aliceville Women's Prison is now rioting. There's a discussion in the chat room as to whether or not Maverick killed Goose. He was cleared by a tribunal, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
He got cleared. But then Mark says Mav's pride killed Goose, then selfishly threw his dog tags in the ocean.
Well, I think it was, a faulty aircraft, right?
Faulty ejector seat kind of got Goose. Got that back under the windshield.
Yeah. Dave wants me to, me and somebody else to sing You've Lost That Loving Feeling. We can't do that for copyright, unfortunately.
Oh, can you not?
Oh, you can do
we
it.
could. We just got to pay the fine. You can't play it?
We can't play it, but you could totally do it a cappella. That'd be fine.
I could do Goodness Gracious. Oh, no, that was Goose doing that.
Yeah.
I got to be Maverick. I got to stay in character here. I'm sorry. So there you go. LT, Odie's Tavern, bringing you part of this hour. People are giving me signals. I can't see anything because I'm in sunglasses.
Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there in Crestline Village. If you're looking for a great lunch or dinner, stop in. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for over 3 decades. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get those ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Enjoy this great fall weather. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. Get in and see Will Haver and that great staff today.
All right. We go to hour number 2 coming up in just about 20 minutes. John Samuel Shenker, Justin Hokanson asking at Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports, has Brian Harsin lost this locker room? I don't know that any player would say yes. Obviously, our coach has lost the locker room. I guess it does become a concern, right, as this drags on and on and on.
Well, you get to a point, look, these guys are playing for, for pride. They're playing for their school. They're playing possibly to get to the next level.
Future, yeah.
But, I mean, it gets really difficult when you're starting to lose by double digits every week, and now you're sitting at 3-5, and you can only slip up one more time and still get even bowl eligible.
Yeah.
And now they're 1-4 in conference, and here's what blows me away. Auburn, where did I find this? They've lost 8 of their last 9 SEC games.
Yeah. No, it's been a terrible run. There is no doubt. Even if they liked the coach that they currently had, that coach would be on the hot seat right now playing this way. I mean, it's not just that they don't like Brian Harsin. The level of play has contributed to this as well. Somebody asked earlier how many carries Tank Bigsby had in the second half. If I've got the numbers right, it's only 3. I think he had 3 second-half carries. He only had 11 carries for the day.
Yeah, he had 17 touches, though.
He did. He had 6 more receptions. And that was the thing, Lance. Arkansas is so bad against the pass. You thought Auburn would try to maybe take more advantage of that. They didn't throw the ball a whole heck of a lot.
When I saw that Auburn had lost 8 of 9 SEC games, it didn't surprise me based on the fact that, we
live it.
Yeah, every single day. But even more surprising, Florida now, I don't know if you've seen this, has lost 12 of their last 15 SEC games.
I had not seen that. 12 of 15?
Yeah, so it's been a complete disaster since 2020.
Yeah. No, it really has. And you occasionally get games, and I tweeted this Saturday, and Florida, to their credit, did come back and cut it to 8 when it was 28-0 out of the gate. Occasionally, when you're a new coach, you get a game that shows you how far away you are. They got that game Saturday. I mean, that showed them the gap between them and the best team, one of the best teams of the East right now. They saw it a little bit in Knoxville, but they actually came back and made a game out of that. They definitely saw it at the cocktail party.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt what the gap is. I want to go back to Auburn real quick because I want to say this. I don't think he's ever going to be just a tremendous quarterback. Robbie Ashford had his best game of his quarterback career Saturday.
Yeah, I still believe, and I said this, to a couple of people that were over on Saturday, he hasn't played great this year. He did play better on Saturday. But
he played better in Oxford, too.
I think there's a high ceiling for Robbie Ashford.
Yeah.
I think if he gets the right coaching around him and the right skill set, right skill players, I think Robbie Ashford end up being good. Unfortunately for Auburn fans, it might be a Bo Nix situation where you see Robbie Ashford doing something, great somewhere else.
But, Saturday, 24 of 33, 285 and a touchdown. Didn't throw a pick. That's a great improvement for Robbie Ashford, who hasn't always valued the football. And led his team in rushing, too. 19 carries, 87 yards. He had a 300-plus yard offensive day.
I thought he was every bit as good as K.J. Jefferson was.
I don't disagree with you. And Robbie Ashford, it was weird. After he got benched, that benching, I think, got his attention in Oxford because he came back in and played better after he got benched in Oxford, and he played well Saturday. I mean, he's put together about 6 or 7 good quarters in a row now.
Yeah, he's an emotional guy. And, he's one of those guys you won't see quit in, because he is trying to get better each and every week. And I think he realizes that he does have a lot of upside. I am fascinated to see moving forward what this Auburn team does. Going on the road to Mississippi State, do you give them any shot in Starkville?
They're a 12-point dog. I don't know that State is – I don't know that they're world beaters. But here's the problem. One thing Mike Leach likes to do, Lance, is run the football to force you to come up and play the run.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's running on Auburn right now. So I think that's a problem. They'll be able to run it. If Auburn responds the way State wants them to respond to try to stop the run, Will Rogers will tear them apart.
Yeah, and he did in the second half last year.
The ball never touched the ground in the second half. All right, it is the next round. You did Odie's, right?
I did Odie's.
All right, good. All right, Lance is taking care of that. Dunaway is up next. Lance is Evel Knievel. I'm Maverick. Here is the great unveiling of Jim Dunaway, which we're told, oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
Y'all are not going to believe this?
Oh. He legitimately has rollerblades on.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Dunaway, I cannot believe you have done this. You're going to kill Rockstar.
I think he might break an ankle.
Oh.
We've already got winter.
Oh, yeah.
It's hot in here.
I bet it is.
I bet.
Ready for
We're
Christmas.
going to die from the fumes. I smelt it in my house.
Yeah. Taylor, you had a hand in this, didn't you?
A small hand.
A small hand?
If you'll notice the sweatbands, I've got Tanner on in places you wouldn't believe.
Oh, my gosh, Dunaway. Are you?
God, we've got to have breaking news. I agree with Blake.
Please, somebody get fired, please. Are you doing the whole show that way?
I am.
Yeah.
We got to figure out a stool, though, for me to sit in because I'm not coming out of the box.
Yeah.
I've got some embarrassing shorts on.
I'll take the box off.
I'm staying in the box.
Well, you know why Barbie can't get pregnant, right?
Why?
You come in your own box.
I do.
Wow. Dunaway, I have got to freaking give you props.
Well, it's not me. I did absolutely nothing. This is all the roommate. This was 6 weeks ago. She texted and says, "Would you be Ken for Halloween?" I said, "Sure." And then a few weeks ago, I get texted, "Hey, I think LT is going to be Ken now."
Right.
And I was like, "No problem, no problem." So my backup was.
I can't even look at you.
Nice hair.
Your backup was. Oh no, do the backup.
Yeah.
Is this the Tennessee one?
My backup was going to be the Tennessee goalpost.
Right.
Where I had those horrible orange and white checkerboard end zone pants, a white sweatshirt with a yellow stripe down it and then down the arms, and then strapped on my back were two PVC pipes that are yellow like the goalpost, but I'd been thrown in the Tennessee River, so I was going to have moss and fish.
I mean, that was going to be
and
fantastic.
Beer bottles
yeah.
hanging from me and such like that.
But you didn't want to do it. Why?
Did you be uncomfortable?
Well, I didn't want to do it because then Marianne started doing this. Boy, is this segment still going on?
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it 4 hours on these
No,
rollerblades.
I don't think you are.
We could not see the rollerblades are spray painted into this multicolored.
I mean, she kept coming out of the garage. Hey, look, is this going to work? And I'm like, I really don't care. I don't care.
Gosh.
Yeah. The only thing I'm thinking of is somewhere in South Beach today, there is somebody in their 70s dressed exactly like this, rollerblading down South Beach, hoping to find Mr. or Mrs. Right.
No doubt.
Okay, pull Ryan Gosling in the new Ken and Barbie movie.
Are we gonna
this is the
compare?
look she was trying to achieve.
Yeah.
And I was going to do the denim one, but I couldn't pull it off.
Dunaway, the hair is what's amazing. Seeing you with that hair is.
I used to have this hair brown.
No, I put that hair on yesterday,
right,
and it itches.
Yeah. So now Dunaway's got to do 3 more hours, is what you're telling me, wearing a box.
There's the yeah.
And I've got the rollerblades, same color.
Yeah.
I got better socks than he does.
I mean, it's pretty close.
I mean, Dunaway, you've nailed. I'm not gonna lie. You've nailed the costume.
Yeah,
absolutely
and
nailed it.
That's all spray paint, by the way. Like that visor was like a clear colored visor.
Oh, I can tell it's spray paint. Yeah, that's going to be the rest of the show.
Now look at the other one, and this is the one I wanted Dunaway to go as.
In the Canadian tuxedo?
There he is, right here.
I can't see. Hold on.
Can you?
Yeah, that's the way.
You can't get the whole. There's a picture of the whole
the whole Canadian tuxedo.
And I texted immediately. I said, "No way! Unless you can
there
somehow."
There it is, Rocky.
Unless you somehow give me those abs and those pecs,
Right.
then I will do it.
Right? You know what that?
100%.
Yeah.
How great would that have been?
Yeah.
Wow. Is Margot Robbie Barbie? That's right, right? Yeah.
So I'm here. I'm here just looking for a Barbie.
Dunaway, I will give you props. That
Not to me again, Brown. To the roommate.
To everyone. Well, you just to be willing to do it. I mean, it took a big step out to be willing to do that.
So stiff with his hand. He won't move
I
his
know.
hands.
I know. I mean, I just can't believe you're going to do the rest of the show that way. I've got to
gonna have to find a way to sit.
This would be your best workout in years, won't it?
So far, the legs. Well, see, we can't, time crunch and spray paint. We can't get the rollerblades tight enough,
right?
Because they have to be really tight to support your ankles.
I've never been on a pair of rollerblades.
I did it back in the day.
Is it hard to rollerblade?
I could do it back in the day, Lance. When it was cool in the '90s. I haven't been on a pair in a while, and I need training wheels right now. So yes, weight training starts today, Smuff. I'm working the abs out right now.
Yeah, that's a good
leg
workout.
muscles.
Yeah,
I may have already cramped up once or twice. So. Part of the show today, Brown, unfortunately, my sheet is turned sideways.
Sorry. There you go.
Hey, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Buzzed. If you want to get buzzed and maybe see things like this in your sleep tonight, call our friends or just go to the app, B-U-Z-D, B-U-Z-D.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store, B-U-Z-D. Use code NEXTROUND, 15% off that first purchase. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. Alcohol, from wine to bourbon, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get Buzz, B-U-Z-D.
Lunsford has always wanted to block that middle next round logo. He thinks it's too redundant. We finally figured out how to do it.
We figured that right out, didn't we? Yeah. You got to do this the rest of the life of the show.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
If, David says if Jim has to report on Harsin being fired in this outfit, it'll be classic.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
we took a poll.
I never want anybody to lose their job, but if it's going to happen anyway, and it could happen during this show,
it needs to happen today.
It would be incredible. You know what we originally thought, and I never envisioned this, but I thought this weekend there's a chance at least we're going to have to interview John Samuel Shenker and him be the first Auburn player on record about the firing of the head coach, right? And that is going to be the video of record. Had I envisioned this, it would have been even better.
We're going to probably need to find a stool in the next break.
Those rollerblades about to go out from
or
under
lose
it.
the rollerblades. Do we want to get a full picture of the rollerblades while I'm in a costume? Before
Yeah,
we lose the
I mean, you can
rollerblades?
lose. So if you lose the rollerblades, you're okay, right?
He's not kidding anymore.
I can handle it if I'm out of the rollerblades.
Okay.
Well, you're being a good sport because I said if I do the Ken, I ain't doing rollerblades.
Yeah. Well, can we get?
Yeah, we're going to take it.
Roll me over to the. Roll me over so we can get a full shot of the rollerblades. I'm not sure we did that.
Yeah. Can Scott do that?
I don't think I can get over there.
Tyler, can you come roll him over?
Yeah, here, I'll help. No. We got a stool. Will that stool work?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, we'll try the stool.
Yeah,
Before we kill the rollerblades, we'll try the stool. Stool.
Don't tell Schenker we're in costume. Let's see if he notices.
Don't worry. I'm not going to see if he notices. What, you don't think he's going to notice?
Well,
subtle.
Yeah.
It's 4-1 odds. Mechie would have never noticed.
Yeah, I couldn't see through his hood.
All right.
Real quick, I wanted to get something I teased that we didn't get to. The Pac-12 calls against the USC LT. So for those that didn't watch the game, because in fact it was on the Pac-12 network, so most of the world didn't get to see it, right? End of the half, you guys complete a pass down inside the 10, first down, clock stops, and they come in to spot the ball. And there's 6 seconds, I believe, on the clock, right? 6 seconds. So they come in to spot the ball at 6 seconds, and before they spot the ball, the clock winds.
Yep.
And Lincoln Riley loses his you-know-what, as he should have. You had a chance at least at a shot at the end zone. Nothing else, spike it and get a field goal out of it.
Easy field goal there. And for them, and I'm a little confused, why was that not reviewed?
I think it's reviewable. I don't know why it wasn't reviewed, other than the fact that the Pac-12 just wants to screw USC every chance they get.
That's what it seemed like to me, is that it was Pac-12 officials.
Yeah, because if you didn't watch the end of USC-Utah, Utah intercepted a USC pass, and they said that a timeout was called during the play. Do you remember that?
No, remember, I wasn't watching.
Oh, you weren't watching.
Yeah,
okay.
We were in Knoxville.
Utah intercepted a pass at the end, and the clock stopped, and there was no reason for the clock to stop. And the officials came on and said the clock was stopped because the timeout was called during the play. I mean, you cannot call a timeout during a play. I mean, even the ruling made no sense. This one was just, it looked like they were trying to screw USC because that was a tighter game than you thought it was going to be.
Big moments. Well, again, I thought that they would win with offense, which they did. We gave out the over in that game. It was an easy over. But, USC's defense just isn't good. I mean, 543 yards and 37 points from Arizona. But that's a call right before the half that I've never seen before.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Dunaway, I mean, it really does look that way.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to restart the clock until you've got everything set, ready to play.
Ball
has got to be placed.
Yeah, in that situation, what you normally actually see is ball is placed, and even the head official allows the referee to get out of the way before he winds the clock.
Exactly.
Just as a courtesy to everybody involved.
This isn't the NFL when the clock's running nonstop.
No, this was a first down. Clock was stopped for a first down, and I mean, the only thing you can assume is that they're trying to screw USC every chance they get.
Well, Daniel says over in the chat room, ESPN Radio Morning Show said the refs admitted to Lincoln Riley that they messed up by not reviewing.
I mean, how do you not review that? It's abundantly obvious. It's just, I don't know, man. I mean, y'all are not going to get a call. The only chance you got is when you play UCLA because they're pissed at both of them. Yeah, but y'all aren't getting a call the rest of the way.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Hey, listen, if you want to tour America and do it, in a great American way, on the roads, in a great RV. Our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com can pack up your little Ken and your little Barbie and go hit the road this summer.
Yeah, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur is where you find Johnston RV. They're clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. So let me tell you what that means for you. Great savings. How about that 2022 Clipper 117 FQS, $179 a month, 10% down, and approved credit. Features the Camping Made Easy package, including large fridge, power awning, Bluetooth stereo system, and much, much more, and weighs only 3,300 pounds, so it's great to tow. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It's Johnston RV.
Did you guys get to any Lane Kiffin sound yet?
We did not.
Okay.
There's plenty of Lane Kiffin sound out there.
We will do that after we do John Samuel Shenker, who's coming up in the next segment. And then we'll get the rock star unveiling right after we talk to the Auburn tight end coming up in the next segment. It's our Halloween show. We had a blast doing it last year. This year, these guys have gotten a lot more comfortable. Brown wore a neck brace for 4 hours last year.
It was awful, I got to tell you.
I was really comfortable last year. I was just Lane Kiffin. I was in a visor and a baggy T-shirt and a pair of khakis.
Yep.
It wasn't like physically uncomfortable, more mentally uncomfortable being shirtless for 4 hours.
That Bob Petrino neck brace did a number on me, too. That bothered me for several days.
But you two are very comfortable today, and I'm literally the one in the box this time.
I'm a little hot, but I can't imagine from the rollerblades to the lack of functionality that box doesn't provide and the itchy wig.
Yep. Well, as you would know, LT.
And the fumes.
As you would know, LT, when you're bald as long as I've been, I'm just happy having hair today.
I know. It looks good on you.
Little T. Taylor Corn says beauty hurts, Dunaway.
Yeah,
it does. It does.
It's a lesson you've now learned.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for rolling me in. We'll keep rolling along with the show. We'll talk to the Auburn tight end next, see if he notices we're in costume. Maybe he'll audible and just hang up on our link, our Zoom link. We'll keep the show rolling. Joel Klatt coming up at the top of the hour. Joel will think I'm his neighbor out there on the West Coast when he tunes into this. All that's still to come here on the show on Halloween Day on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged material. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. John Samuel Shenker in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment. They bring you the poll questions every day. We asked you on Monday, even if the news got serious today, did you want us in costume? Overwhelmingly, 89% of you said no matter what happened in the world, we would do the Halloween show in costume again, and we've stuck to that, Evil.
Yeah, hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat, piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
All right, Auburn tight end John Samuel Schenker with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week, as is our show, by our friends at Bud Light, to remind you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you, decide to ride. What's up, John Samuel Schenker? How are you today?
I'm doing good, y'all. Y'all look like y'all are doing well. We got a Barbie? What is that?
That's a Barbie? It's a Ken.
You
That's
better
Ken.
check my non-anatomically correct front.
We got a Ken doll.
Yeah, Malibu
Okay,
Ken.
we got. Are you Maverick or Goose?
I'm
or?
Maverick. I got a need for
Okay.
speed, John Samuel Schenker. Need for speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Evil Knievel.
There we
of
go.
course.
Yeah, you're a man's man. You recognized Evil.
Very
you
well
didn't
done.
recognize Malibu Ken.
That's
I
right.
understand.
That's right. Will you dress up
Yeah.
tonight? Do you have a Halloween party tonight?
No, I will not dress up. We got some stuff going on today, so I will not be dressing up. Maybe we'll have some trick-or-treaters, though, at the house. So
Yeah, I
we'll
hope
see.
so.
Hey,
Yeah.
can you rollerblade? Dunaway's got rollerblades on. You can't see them, obviously, but he literally has rollerblades
He did the
on.
full costume.
It would be a show if I had rollerblades on. I would be falling all over the place.
Yeah, it's not good for your ankles unless you've got really good ankles. I'll go ahead and tell you. Do you remember your one of your favorite costumes when you were little? When your mom and dad would help you dress up and you would trick or treat? Did you have one that the picture always pops up? It seems like when people are over at your house.
Probably Cowboy Woody from Toy Story. I wore that a lot. Bob the Builder when I was really young. And then as I got older, it was more just wearing some sports jersey or something like that. But as a young boy, it was Cowboy Woody.
I forget how young he is until he starts giving
Bob
us
the Builder.
Bob the Builder, Cowboy Woody, yeah.
My kids also were into Bob
I
the
know,
Builder.
I know.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk a little football with you. I want to ask you this because something, and I don't even know if you're aware of it, but something odd happened prior to Auburn's game Saturday. Inside the stadium, Holden Gerner was announced as the starter, and it was also released on social media. You immediately started laughing. What was going on there?
Yeah, I don't know. We were warming up, and I look up on the screen, and I see Holden. I'm like, what is going on? And I guess it was just Harsh having fun. I don't know what they were doing with it, but yeah. And for a second, I was like, really? Is he? And I was like, no, I've been practicing all week. There's no way. There's no way he's starting.
Well, with that
no
said,
way.
you know, we were talking earlier that Robbie Ashford probably had his best game. I mean, he's looking better and better each and every week.
Yeah, he is, and it's really good to see. He really is allowing for growth, being very coachable, and it's a testament to him. He really is growing. He's really taking care of the football like he did this past game, and he's doing a lot of good things. Obviously, there's always room to grow, but yeah, he is definitely much improved. That comes with experience. That's a big piece to it too. So it's really cool to see him having more success each week.
It just seems that as you guys play in the course of a 4-quarter game, that the rosters on other SEC teams seem to maybe be 2, 3, 4 deep at positions, and you guys are having to play a lot of minutes out there. How much of stamina and depth becomes an issue in the fourth quarter of SEC games for you guys?
It can be a problem, but you know, most of the time we enjoy it. Like you're here to play football, so that doesn't really become an issue. Obviously, you wear and tear throughout a year, but we enjoy going out there every Saturday and playing. So that really is something. You do your best to maintain your body throughout the week and things like that, but Saturdays are our day to go out and play and have fun. So we try to enjoy that as much as possible. Obviously, injuries come with that, but we try to make the most of it every single week.
John Samuel Schenker, our guest on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's the next round presented by Bud Light, who reminds you decide to ride before you ever take that first drink. Make sure you have a plan in place. That message from Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. There have been many that have asked this recently. Justin Hokanson, our friend with Auburn Live on 3 Sports. Has Brian Harsin lost this locker room? It gets asked a lot. John Samuel Schenker, you're in the locker room. Your response to that would be what?
No, he hasn't. And, I can understand why that would be a thing and, with how the season's going and things like that. But, everyone came in yesterday. Obviously, it was a tough defeat, but everyone came in yesterday. We got back to work. And that was the motto this week is, making football this week all that matters, all that should matter, and all that matters is Mississippi State. Another good football team ahead of us, but a team that if we play well and we stick to a plan and execute it, then we believe that we have a good shot to win the game.
And what do you see when you look at Mississippi State? When you've watched them on film, it's an improved defense under Zach Arnett, it seems, this year. What have you seen from their defense?
Yeah, they are better than what you typically see in Mississippi State. I think they have some veteran guys up front, but they do some things that can cause confusion if you're not prepared just with the defense, the front that they play and how they twist and loop guys around. So we got to be very disciplined this week in our gaps and our fits and making sure that we stay on track, because if you don't, then it can create a lot of issues up front.
All right, if some young trick-or-treaters come to the Schenker residence, they will be given what candy? What is the go-to Halloween candy for you to give out?
Reese's, Snickers, and then you got to give them a little Jolly Rancher, something a little different. But I'm a huge Reese's guy. It's like my favorite snack. So
my wife,
tons and tons of Reese's.
Yeah, my wife, she loves the minis. She loves the Christmas tree one, the pumpkin. She loves the specialty ones.
That's the weird thing. The specialty ones I think are better than the actual Reese's cup.
too.
Like the Easter egg and the Christmas tree are better.
Oh, they're way better. The Christmas tree is the best one, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, the Easter egg is good too. It's just different proportions normally with the peanut butter and the chocolate.
More peanut butter, but I also think the shelf life, they're so new and so limited. And if you get an older Reese's,
it's a little chalky.
Yep,
it can be a little chalky.
Maggie Dunaway agrees with you there. She likes the
Yeah.
Christmas tree the best. She thinks that's the best mixture of them all.
100%.
Yeah. Hey, best of luck against Mississippi State. As always, we appreciate the time. We'll see you next Monday.
Thank you, guys. Happy Halloween.
All right, you too, buddy. Take care. That is John Samuel Schenker with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round. He and all the show presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. The way you do that, you have a plan in place before you ever take that first drink. That's how you decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch.
The first time I ever rollerbladed was on the great campus at the University of Montevallo.
Really?
Back in the day. And
that was quite the look.
I didn't think they had rollerblades back then.
Did you wear spandex with it?
Well, I think I had the same exact outfit on back in the 1980s. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, nothing is better than the University of Montevallo. Check them out, montevallo.edu.
Montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. Find out how your son or daughter can continue their athletic career. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports and a lot more at Montevallo.edu. Check them out today. All right, our next unveiling is going to be Rockstar. Whenever I get a thumbs up, we will move to Rockstar. But in the meantime, Tyler, the intern, will you give me cut number one? At the conclusion today, you've seen a couple of little snips from it, but the one thing I hate is jump scares. I'm not a big fan of jump scares.
Right.
So the Taylor and the crew out in the command center absolutely said, we need you to go to Warehouse 31 on Pelham, and we're going to walk you through their 2 haunted houses, and we will videotape you. We'll send Taylor through there. And the whole thing is jump scares. The whole video through both of them drops this afternoon at 1 o'clock on our video platform. This is a small snippet of what you will see this afternoon, and it's this way every step of the way for me. I am frightened at every move.
I'm so dizzy.
You can't be real.
I cannot stand him.
Oh, this is not okay.
Oh, it feels like we're under the floor. This feels like it's...
Oh my gosh, Dunaway. You were hoarse the next day.
I was.
So that wasn't embellished at all.
Oh no. I'm in fact I'm so socially uncomfortable that I don't remember any of the whole thing. Every time I see this.
So you pretty much blacked out.
Yeah. Just like I did when I did stand-up comedy. I didn't remember anything. All right, so our next the whole thing drops this afternoon. They're the
my wife asked me about it. I don't know that she's been more fired up for anything on our platform than this.
The scarier stuff still to come.
Yeah.
All right, next unveiling, our man Rockstar. Let's do it, Sean.
All right, Rockstar last year. I know what he is.
Good Lady Bird.
Are you
Good
Lady
Bird. Good Lady Bird. Good Lady Bird. Oh, Lady Bird. Lady Bird. Good Lady Bird. Oh, Lady Bird. Oh.
Rockstar, that is too good.
Lady Bird, the Rams scored a touchdown. You get steak tonight.
Lady Bird is going to be so excited.
Yeah. Get the steak while you can. The Rams suck this year.
Lady Bird. All right.
That is so good.
Yeah. Lady Bird would never get a donut. It's chicken minis or nothing.
Yeah, not enough protein.
I love Rockstar's been sick and he's licking me.
It's not the first time.
All right. So Lady Bird's in the house. So too is Evil Knievel, Maverick, and Malibu Ken of the Ken and Barbie series. Forrester and Taylor, who's in our command center, still to come as we have a little fun with you guys. Hope you guys all enjoyed time with your family, and especially the kids tonight. We end up having a wonderful weather night here in Central Alabama for this Halloween, this trick or treat. Looking forward to that. Right now, let's do a little Lane Kiffin and a little Jimbo Fisher right after Brown tells you about our friends at Wayne's.
Hey, 866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. 866-WAYNES-1. You know Mav here wants your yard to look good, right? It looks good in the spring and summer when you shut it down properly in the fall. That is right now. It is the shutdown season, all right? So you need to make sure you get the proper nutrients in the root system and in the soil, the pre-emergence, so that in spring and summer, your yard looks great. Do it right now with Envirolawn at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR. We'll pay for the first month. 12 months for the price of 11 when you use the code TNR at 866-WAYNES-1. Throughout anywhere you can hear us, just about in the Southeast, Wayne's can help you out. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR.
All right, we'll do cut 9 and then we'll do cut 5. This is Jimbo Fisher back in the summer. Remember when he was ranting about Nick Saban, he brought in another SEC coach, Lane Kiffin, and he had this to say.
There is no $30 million fund. There is no $5 million. There is no $10 million. This is garbage. And then to have coaches in our league and across this league say it, clown acts. All right? Irresponsible as hell. Multiple coaches in our league. And the guys griping about NIL, griping about transfer portal, using it the most and bragging about it the most. That's the ironic part. You want character? I'll take it with any of y'all. It's a joke. It does piss me off. It's irresponsible, but it's funny when they get it, it's all okay. Ball games are changing, man. And it ain't because of NIL and what goes on. It's pretty irresponsible of all of them. They're clowns.
Clowns. He said double down on the clowns, and you heard him, portal. There's no doubt Ole Miss hits the portal very, very well. So, of course, Ole Miss beats Texas A&M. They run it down their throats. 390 rushing yards the other night. That was the amazing thing, is they lined up and just ran it down their throats.
Yeah, that's what's crazy is DJ Durkin's defense just got plowed and gashed all night. Wegman looks like the real deal at quarterback.
Well, what's taking so long to get to him, you think?
I have no idea. Because
if I'm an A&M fan, I'm asking that.
It's coaching. It's coaching.
It's got to be.
You make the wrong call. Throughout history, Clay Helton started the wrong quarterback one year. I mean, people start the wrong quarterback. It took Nick Saban and Kiffin a while to get to Jake Coker. They almost cost what ended up being a national championship season by not getting to the right quarterback soon enough. It happens sometimes, and it happened at Texas A&M this year.
And we won't see Haynes King again. Connor Wegman's going to be the guy moving forward. I mean, 338, 4 touchdowns and no picks. You finally get good production from a quarterback, and you still find a way to lose this game. Quinshon Judkins, though, we continue to talk about this kid.
Gosh.
I think outside of Hendon Hooker and Bryce Young, he's probably your third most valuable offensive player in this league right now.
Easily National Freshman of the Year, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree completely with you. And Lane Kiffin is doing to him what he did to Derrick Henry. When Lane Kiffin realized as offensive coordinator, I got this Derrick Henry guy nobody can stop. Derrick Henry got the ball all the time.
34 carries.
The last three games, 25, 25, and 34 for Quinshon Judkins. So Lane Kiffin's going to run him, man. I mean, you're going to have to man up and stop Quinshon Judkins at some point if you're going to beat Ole Miss.
Yeah, so that's still out there. Bye week for them this week, and then they play Alabama. But the win over Texas A&M, it gave in the SEC Network post-game interview, it gave Lane Kiffin. When he was asked, hey, what are you going to be for Halloween? He says, maybe Jimbo can give me a Joker costume. And then he continued the conversation in the postgame. Here's Lane Kiffin.
Coach, when there is a kind of war of words between yourself and Coach Fisher and other coaches in the SEC, how does that affect your motivation heading into each week? Is that something that you personally use to kind of push yourself and the team on towards successes like tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I don't give you coach speak, so yeah, that's real. I mean, most coaches say say no, but yeah, that's real. And someone attacks you personally and calls you and my good buddy Coach Saban, that were both clowns, you take that personal. So glad we won.
That smile.
I can be a clown for Halloween now.
I guess I can be a clown now for Halloween.
Yeah, that smile at the end and then the clown line. He thought through the line and he's like, I'll go ahead and say it. My buddy Nick Saban, I mean, this is when Saban was sitting next to you and said what he said that blew up everywhere. I thought that would be the rivalry. Saban's let it go. Like, he said his piece, he kind of apologized for it, and then was done with it. Kiffin will not let it go. He will not let it go. I mean, he just continues to hammer it.
Yep.
And give him credit, he won the game. I mean, if you're going to do that, you better win the game.
And he'll hammer it again and again and again. He'll keep hammering it until they play each other again next year.
There's no doubt.
And if he beats them again, he'll double down and hammer it again. He becomes, a nightmare when he's winning, and there he is again. He's 8-1 with a bye week, and Alabama coming to town after the tough trip to Baton Rouge. Tricky game for the Tide, regardless of what happens in Baton Rouge. Tricky game for the Tide because Jackson Dart can throw the ball just good enough when you're having to come up and stop that run, and Mingo's big enough to maybe beat somebody one-on-one. It'll be an interesting game, but Bama's got to get through Baton Rouge first, which will be a tough game happening this week. All right, we'll do another unveil when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Still to come on the show, Joel Klatt at the top of the hour. That's our look ahead. Nick Saban on that trip to Baton Rouge at 12 noon. This is our Halloween edition brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, and to find out if LASIK is right for you, one simple phone call, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. I had the 2200 vision before I went in over 2 decades ago. Got the procedure done. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 2015 vision better than 2020. If you wear the contacts, you wear the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. At least find out if LASIK is an option for you. A simple way to do it is call 969-8100. Ask for Amy Toller, the Next Round sent you, and they will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation, zero to lose, to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, MichelsenLaserVision.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Joel Klatt coming up at the top of the hour. See what I did, Brown?
What'd you do there, Jimmy?
Moved the.
Oh my God!
Started using the box.
Yeah.
I put the cut sheet in here so I could see it a little bit better. Works a little bit better this way.
Way to get creative.
Thank you.
Ken's getting shorter though.
Yeah,
Ken's losing steam.
Ken's melting in the box.
Is it that hot in there?
I'll give you it's the wig. He's right about the wig. Yeah. You guys with hair, you have to deal with this all the time.
I know. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, all the time. Hey, our friend Adam Mestre brings you this show. It's Ladybird's guy. Speak, Ladybird.
Transition. One of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Hey, don't lose the fact that Lane Kiffin used the phrase, he called me and my good buddy Nick Saban clowns. He called Saban good buddy. Don't let that.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, I know you did. Did. I'm just saying that for those that are, enjoying all of that, Lane Kiffin knows how to play to a crowd. And with Alabama coming, knowing the Alabama fan base and stuff, playing it up a little bit. And some Alabama fans are like, that's Lane keeping that door open for when Nick leaves to come back to Alabama.
Right.
And some fans want that. There are a lot of people that want Lane.
I don't know.
At some point, Texas A&M fans are going to be faced with that decision too. Do they want Lane?
I mean, again, Pete Thamel, they go to it in the game, which I thought was weird. We're in the game, and we go to it and say, hey, he's not in trouble. He's not going to lose his job. If anything, he may have to give up play calling duties.
Jimbo Fisher,
which essentially is saying we ain't got the I know we got a lot of money, but we're not willing to spend that kind of money. Because I personally believe if I'm an A&M fan, I've seen enough. It's proven to me this guy's never going to be a championship coach for me.
Yeah, and
I've seen all I need to see.
I had a conversation with an A&M fan this past Saturday, and their point was, we can't pay him the $80+ million. And I said, you're going to pay him anyway. I made this point on the show last week that you're going to pay him to continue to lose 4 or 5 games or just pay him to get out of the way. One way or another, you're paying him his money.
That's right. He's getting his money.
If you can find the right guy that you think can take this program to another level, why would you not go ahead and do it?
After I'm an A&M fan, and this is the way it goes sometimes, when my coach is on the hot seat and another coach comes in and looks really good and fun, that's the guy I want. And I like Lane personally. I don't think there's a lot of love for Lane in Tuscaloosa. That's why I've never thought he would be seriously considered as Nick Saban's replacement. I don't think he left a lot of love behind him there. Maybe he's matured since then. I don't know. But I think there were a lot of not hurt feelings. I just think a lot of people didn't like Lane when he left.
I mean, a lot of people believe that Lane cost Alabama a national championship.
There's a legitimate complaint to be made there. There's no doubt. That said, you still get a lot with Lane. You get the guy that, and I don't know why he does this, but he wears one shirt in the first half and goes in and does a wardrobe change in the second half. This is a guy that fakes a punt from his own 15. They got it by that much, but he faked a punt from his own 15. I mean, those are things, if Lane Kiffin's going to be your coach, you got to be comfortable with those things. Went for that 4th and 9, which I thought, or 4th and 6 maybe, which I thought at the time, punt them deep. They're doing nothing on offense. You've got I think they had an 11-point lead at the time. It let A&M right back in the game. Those are just the things you deal with Lane Kiffin, though, because the book said go for it right there.
Yeah, but there's a lot of that in the NFL now, too. I mean, the guy at the Chargers does it. The guy in Philadelphia does it. They, a lot of 2-point conversions when it seems like it'd be automatic to kick one.
My guy got killed for going for the 4th down against Pittsburgh when a field goal puts Miami up 9. I mean, there is a lot more. I was actually watching college football this weekend thinking – you almost never saw teams go for 4th downs. Almost never saw it in college
unless
football.
They had to.
Yeah, and James Franklin did a few questionable early on in the second half.
4th and 2.
Yeah. After Ryan Day had gotten burned at the end of the half because he tried to get one more play in, and his quarterback held the ball too long, had it knocked away, and they lost 3 points right there.
But I'll tell you, his kicker's shaky.
Who? Penn State's?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean he missed 2 in a row right there?
No, you know whose kicker
still got off the hook.
Yeah.
You know whose kicker's shaky? The guy who made a 40-yarder to beat Alabama. That kicker's shaky.
Well, they're never bad against Alabama, though. Everybody makes their kicks against Alabama.
That Tennessee guy, he missed an extra point the other night. I mean, he's struggling.
Has Eddie Pinheiro been cut yet?
Not that I am aware of, no. But he
Carolina?
also,
Yeah, don't you feel like that happens today?
I think you probably, you've got an interim coach. I don't know how that plays into it, but I think you probably have to cut him, yeah.
Yeah, usually you get one bad game like that in the NFL.
Was the most bizarre ending of a game I've ever seen. For those that didn't see it, and it wasn't available here locally, you had to have Sunday ticket to see the ending because they had to cut to your Rams and 49ers. An incredible touchdown late in the game.
I mean, great throw from P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker out of Temple, who's
T.J. Moore, great catch.
An incredible catch, takes his helmet off. Now, later on the NBC game, they said he shouldn't have been penalized because he wasn't actually in the field of play.
Right. He was already off the back of the end zone.
Right. Takes his helmet off, celebrates with the crowd. They flag 15 yards, which wisely Arthur Smith takes on the point after, and it makes it like a 49-yarder, and he misses. So now we go overtime. Carolina gets an interception, and you know what I'm thinking? Ball don't lie. Carolina should have won the game anyway.
That's right.
They go down, what was it, 35 yards?
31.
31 yards. Hooks it left, misses, and Atlanta comes back and wins the game.
All right. Forrester's reveal after LT tells us about our friends at Redmond Distilling. A good shot of vodka before you put on a costume on Halloween. That's the way we roll up here.
Yes, Redmond Vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name, also available in 20 states.
Can I just real quickly say before Scott does that, because he'll appreciate this, his coach Arthur Smith's done a really good job.
Yeah, first place, Atlanta Falcons.
Agreed.
Video content director. Here he is, Scott Forrester. What is Scott this year? Dun, 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 dun. All right, it's Will Levis's banana.
Will Levis, baby.
Yeah.
We should have known this.
That way, Scotty.
Will Levis's banana.
Yeah, that's really good.
An impressive banana, too, by the way.
Yes.
Hanging out the bottom of that shirt.
If Will Levis scores a touchdown, we all know it. Did you just do the Heisman pose with Will Levis? Yeah, that's a good touch.
Very, very good. We're going to have a good team picture today.
Well done, Scott.
Throwing bricks.
I missed. Throwing bricks, Scotty. I missed.
That's all he did. Surprisingly, nobody from Tennessee intercepted that one.
Great job.
Scott Forrester there. He's the Levis banana.
Yeah.
You see that video a lot. Very well done. I hope he's watching up in Kentucky today.
Fantastic.
All right, one more reveal. It'll be our social media director, Taylor. She'll do that right before Trash a little bit later on. But one segment, serious stuff with Joel Klatt. He's coming up on the other side on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power.
Jimmy D, Alabama. That's very Gus right there. Did you mean to do your Gus Johnson?
Going to Joel Klatt.
Joel Klatt.
The All-American Company, Alabama Power.
They got that digital wallet, which offers easy, safe, and reliable ways for you to pay your power bill. You probably already use most of these convenient methods anyway. Use them to pay your power bill. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. All you need is an online account. AlabamaPower.com/myaccount. Get you started. Joel Klatt is next in the house.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Halloween fun here on the show. We'll talk to Joel Klatt in just a second. A couple of things. One, I'm still amazed at how many Alabama fans are watching North Carolina every week and are in my timeline telling me Drake May is going to be in Tuscaloosa next year. Do you guys get the same stuff occasionally?
I've heard the rumors. Yeah, I've heard the rumors. That'd be a heck of a get for Nick Saban.
The recruiting process, he was big on Alabama for a long time.
Yeah.
Drake May's amazing. If you take out, to me, C.J. Stroud and Hendon Hooker, Drake May has been, what Bryce Young is doing, he's doing it while dodging 11 defenders every play. So I'd go Stroud, Hooker, Young, and then Drake May. There's not a better guy putting down tape right now in college football than those four quarterbacks. May was big this week in a win over Pitt, and it looks like they're destined to play Clemson in the ACC championship game. The other thing is the talk about Tennessee being number one.
We'll ask our buddy Joel Klatt about that. Let's get to Klatt now, and let's talk to him on this Halloween day.
He is presented by MyBookie each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, MyBookie.ag, code next round. They'll double that deposit bonus initially, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Start winning now. What is up, Klatt? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys today?
Doing awesome, man. Doing awesome.
Hey, hold on
okay.
Really quickly.
Yeah.
No, this is. I'll be right here.
Okay,
I'm
Joel
just
Klatt.
gonna grab something that you sent here to me.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's right. We sent
Like,
Joel Klatt some
I
gifts.
was like, oh, I'm really excited to wear a shirt, and then you sent me this.
Yeah.
You really think I'm gonna wear this?
Oh, I think you should.
Oh man, you guys are the best.
Is that the only one we sent? We sent more than that.
No.
Okay.
There's some other ones, but in protest of that one specifically, I went neutral today.
Okay.
Well,
right.
we thought,
How you guys doing? By the way,
we're doing great.
What's going on?
We thought you'd be able to show that off to Gus and the All-American Girl and say, "My boys in Birmingham, look what they sent us." Here.
Oh, I love it. No, that would be great. That would be great. I'll do that. You know what? I'll wear it to Ohio State next week. We'll see how that
please
goes.
do. Please do.
Hey, so back-to-back weeks, and we had an Ohio State fan text us a little bit ago because we weren't piling on. We're just, we're seeing what you're seeing. They haven't looked good. They're still blowing teams out, but it just seems like something's off with that offense right now.
Yeah, it's the offensive line. It's their inability to run the football. Now, I will say, wouldn't we all love to have our offensive line play terrible for 7 quarters, really, out of the last 8 that they've played? The first 7 of them, they played terrible, and they beat Iowa 54-10 and win at Penn State by double digits and score 44 points. So it's all relative. Yes, they're struggling. There's no doubt. And I don't think, and I actually said on my podcast that was released today, I don't think that they can play that way with their offensive line and win a national championship. Right now, can they win these games prior to Michigan with their B- game? Yes. And they're doing it handily because they're so talented. But in those 7 quarters that I'm referencing, so the 4 quarters against Iowa and the first 3 against Penn State, they rushed the ball 49 times for an average of 2.1 per carry. Like that, you can't do that. Right. So that's what you're seeing. It's not really anything else, to be quite honest with you. The defense has played pretty well. The takeaways have been there. They're building and developing some stars, both at wide receiver and at defensive end. Tui Moloau was unbelievable. I've actually never called a game where a defensive player wreaked that much havoc. And I've called the Chase Young games, and I've called Bosa games, and he was sensational. But what you were feeling in that kind of angst was the offensive line. And if they don't get that right, then, who knows? Can they beat Michigan? Maybe. I'm not sure. Can they win a national championship? I don't know. And I think that's a fascinating exercise. The other thing that I would say, guys, is that I think that we are looking at and viewing all of these teams at the top. So whether it's Tennessee or Georgia, Alabama, even to a certain extent, Ohio State, Michigan, maybe even Clemson as well. And maybe this is just my fault, but I'm viewing them against what has been a historic run of champions. Think of the last 4 champions. We had a generationally great prospect in Trevor Lawrence at Clemson. We had the Joe Burrow LSU team, which went to, 1,000, in particular throwing the ball. We had that unreal Alabama team during the COVID year in which they won every single award on the offense that you could possibly win. And then last year we had the historically great defense for Georgia with all of those draft picks. So maybe this year we're actually viewing these teams at the top through a bar of expectation that is higher than what's needed to actually win the national championship this year. I think that might be a fascinating thought.
Yeah, everybody seems to have a flaw, and it seems to be the default setting of the college football fan in 2022 to default to, I'm more comfortable with a great offense like Tennessee and Ohio State that has flaws than maybe a Georgia or where Alabama has been at times. It just seems like I'm comfortable with Tennessee and Ohio State.
You can make up for mistakes, right? Like you can make up for mistakes. So you can play poorly and make up for it. So at the 9:26 mark of that game on Saturday that I was doing, it's 21-16 Penn State. Penn State had just had, I believe, a 13-play drive, converted twice on 4th down. They score. The place is on fire, by the way. That's as loud of a stadium as I've heard ever, right at that moment. And within 6 snaps of the football and 1 minute and 9 game seconds off the clock, it's 30-21. And it's just like, holy cow, right? Like, that happened very quickly, and that speaks to your point. Why are we more comfortable with those teams? Because they can look a certain way for a long period of time, and then it's just like boom, boom, boom. And it's a 3-play drive for a touchdown. Then it's a turnover. It's a great play call, touchdown. And it's like, what just happened? You look over, and James Franklin is looking up the scoreboard with his hand on his chin, and I'm like, what's going through his head right now? He's just thinking to himself, like, well, I don't have that gear. Like, we've got 4th gear, but we don't have 5th or 6th or 8th like Ohio State does, and then specifically Tennessee as well.
Joel Klatt is with us. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND doubles your deposit bonus at MyBookie.ag.
Speaking of MyBookie, how about the backdoor Penn State cover?
I loved your reference to it as well.
Wow, I mean, I'm sitting there watching that drive, and I'm like, people are dying watching this drive right now.
Yeah, but I mean,
it was such a tease job though for Ohio State. If you had Ohio State minus the 16 when that pick 6, you were like, I got this.
Yep.
You got it. And by the way, if you have Penn State, you think what a terrible beat.
Oh, I know.
It's like a defensive end jumps up and you got a pick 6. You're like, are you kidding me? So, that's why I phrased it the way that I did. There are some people that are awfully happy right now because I thought those people were the ones that were feeling comfortable most of the game, got the bad beat with the pick 6 from Tuimoloau, but then ultimately got the cover.
The big noon kick this week is Texas Tech at TCU. I don't imagine tomorrow night when the playoff rankings are unveiled that TCU will be in the top 6.
Oh, don't assume not.
I don't imagine that they will.
More top 25 teams.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, well, I think Alabama's going to be in there.
I don't.
You don't think Alabama will be in the top 6?
I mean,
no.
Shocking if they would get the benefit.
I mean,
I would be floored.
But Klatt, let me just say this: I think Tennessee should be and will be number 1.
I do too.
And then you look at Alabama and you're like, okay, well, where is their loss? Well, they went and did everything wrong and lost by a kick at the horn in Knoxville to number 1. How do you not put them in the top 6?
Well, listen, because you can also look at it and you're like, what's their best win?
It's true. Texas probably, right?
Okay, so Texas is a 3-loss team.
I know.
So, and they, by the way, Texas got beat by a team that just got destroyed 48-0 against Kansas State. So I think that the conversation between Alabama, Clemson, and TCU is fascinating, and that's where I think you're going to get 5 through 7. I think that the top 4 are probably pretty solidly the top 4. In some order. I believe Tennessee will go up to number 1 in the committee's eyes because they've got more quality wins than Ohio State, including what I think is, and we all think is the best win in the country so far. Now, having said that, the 5 through 7 to me is more interesting because if you actually just look at the resume, whether it's strength of record, strength of schedule, wins and losses, period, TCU actually has the best resume. I'm not going to be surprised if they put TCU at 5. 1, it's easy to do that in the first week. It's really hard the last week, but you can kind of prove that you're unbiased or you're not brand biased as a committee, or at least try to prove that in a first week, and you can throw TCU up there at number 5. And by the way, I wouldn't have a huge disagreement with that. Now, would I pick them against Clemson or Alabama? No. So I'm not suggesting that they're better, but from a resume perspective, I could see a committee putting them at 5. And then from there, because by the way, both Kansas State and Oklahoma State, even though Oklahoma State just got drubbed, those are now better wins than anything Clemson has. In particular, after last week when Louisville took care of Wake and Syracuse got beat by Notre Dame. So I don't be so sure that Alabama – I think Alabama will be in the top 6, but I think Clemson might be 7, or Alabama 7, one of those two, and TCU will be 5.
After watching Tennessee-Alabama, I thought Tennessee, look, this is going to be a really good second year for Heupel. They can be a factor. I didn't really see a path to victory over Georgia until watching Tennessee again this weekend.
Okay.
And I don't know if that was more Will Levis Who, by the way, he can't be in anybody's first-round mocks anymore. He just can't.
No, that was it.
Yeah.
That was it, by the way. You can't. No, there's no way.
I just thought, with him having basically a career game against that defense last year with Rodriguez back, that they were going to be able to make this interesting. Tennessee continues to get it done on offense, and their defense played lights out.
No, they did. They played a lot better on defense. And that was, I think, my main question. I think that they've earned that number one spot, with their wins. Now, all of a sudden, by the way, look at that LSU win and how much better it looks as they continue to get better because they handled LSU on the road. I would say, and I'll go back to what I said earlier. Remember, I was saying, am I measuring these teams with too high of a bar of expectation? Am I doing that with Tennessee by saying this defense is still, even though they played well against Kentucky, this defense is still not good enough to win a championship? Right? I mean, they're 83rd in total defense. In a more accurate picture, and I don't love using total, they're 40th in the country in yards per play. That's 10 spots worse than what LSU was in 2019. And look at what LSU's offense had to do and quarterback had to do to basically overcome what was not a great or top tier defense. So I think it's twofold for Tennessee. They still have to improve a bit on the defensive side, in particular in their pass defense, when you've got the prospects of facing Georgia who can throw it around. So, Bennett's averaging over 290 yards. You still got Bryce Young on the horizon, potentially in that SEC championship game. And if you do get to the playoff and have to face Ohio State, then you would have to face that Ohio State passing game. So that pass defense does have to improve, right? Having said that, the 19 LSU Tigers are still in the back of your head, right? If Hendon Hooker and Jalen Hyatt go to that level, well, then maybe their defense doesn't have to be great. But they're still not at that level yet. We haven't seen them go to that point. But to be fair, we didn't see LSU go to that point until November 9th when they went to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama. Before that game, Burrow had only thrown for 400 yards one other time that season. I believe it was one of the directional schools early in the year. From that point on, he threw for 400 4 different times. So, they went into another gear after that Alabama game, and maybe that's this moment. So we're going to find out if Tennessee is legitimate this week in Saturday in Athens, and I can't wait. That's going to be a great game.
Yeah, real quick before Dunaway's question, as we discussed that game, Kirby Smart just said Nolan Smith, one of the best defenders on that Georgia team, is probably doubtful. He had what's thought to be a separated shoulder against Florida. That'd be a big loss for them on that defense.
That'd be a huge loss. Yeah,
he's a good player.
Doubt.
Getting Carter back closer to 100% after he played some last week will help a little bit. But Georgia is banged up a little bit. They should get a receiver back. That'll be a fun game. Klatt's got the 11 o'clock Texas Tech TCU with playoff implications there. Then Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, LSU at night. All those games with playoff implications. But if you're watching and you're one of those schools with a loss and you may want Clemson to lose, what is Notre Dame to you right now as they play host to Clemson this week? They start to run the ball a lot more with Drew Pine at quarterback. Are they the kind of team that can beat Dabo and Clemson in South Bend?
I think that they are, to be honest with you. I mean, after those first 2 weeks of the season, I'm going to flip back because I actually did a little segment on this in my podcast, and I have my trusty notepad here. I got all my notes. This Notre Dame team, after those first 2 weeks, they had the bad loss against Stanford. But other than that, I believe they're 5-1 since that point. And what they've done is that they've gotten so much better on offense running the football. Okay, so in the last 5 leading up to last week against Syracuse, you look at what they had done. And in the first 3 games, none of those games they had run for over 150 yards. And then since that, in the last 4 games leading into Syracuse, so now 5 games, all of them over 150 yards on the ground. And now 4 of 5 of those with 220 yards or more. So they've gotten a lot better. And this is one of the things that I think is frustrating about the sport, our sport, and us in general, right? You guys, myself, is that we don't allow for development and for teams to get better. I think Oregon's a great example of that. I think that now Notre Dame is a great example of that. This is a team that we thought was one thing early. They took a loss, then they took another loss to Marshall, and it's like, this team is no good. Let's write them off. Let's not look at them ever again. But the fact remains, in South Bend, they got better and better and better. And now that's a team that's relevant, right? Syracuse is no slouch. I would say that they were at home. It was sold out. It was a good environment. That's a Syracuse team that Clemson had to pull their starter, go on a 17-0 run in order to beat them at home. So I think that this is absolutely a game that Notre Dame could win, because I really have no idea how good Clemson actually is. Quarterback play makes such a difference in college football. And I'm not suggesting Notre Dame's is better than Clemson, but Clemson's quarterback situation is unsettled at this point. I don't know how good Clemson is, and they're going to have to go on the road and play a team that's developing and getting a lot better and getting tough at the line of scrimmage. I think Clemson could be in for a really a tough wake-up call.
Yeah, tough win for Notre Dame in an SEC-like environment at Syracuse over the weekend. It was put a check mark by that quality win.
You know what? I hate how much I was thinking about you on Saturday at Penn State in Happy Valley, thinking to myself, like, this is a ridiculously tough environment to win, and yet, you know, guys like Lance are going to sit there and be like, Ohio State struggled, man. But, you know, but Georgia beats Missouri, for God's sakes. And everyone's like, tough to win on the road in the SEC, isn't it? It's such a joke. It's such a joke.
It is. Penn State's one of those SEC-like environments there.
That's right.
I did want to ask you about the Auburn job. There's a chance it'll be open sooner rather than later. You're sort of our national guy from 30,000 feet. What is the Auburn job to you right now?
Oh, you probably don't want my thoughts on that. I don't think it's very good. I think that the expectations and the reality of where they sit are not aligned. So you're expected to beat Alabama and win the West on a regular basis. Maybe not every year, but on a regular basis. And the bottom line is that that's not a program that I would even put in the top 3 in what you could expect to recruit in their division, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's a struggle job. I think it really is. The expanded playoff helps. The fact that you could get 3 or 4 teams into the expanded playoff in the future helps. But having said that, I think that's a really tough one, because, again, like, I'm a big believer, any organization, you got to know who you are to know where you're going to go. And you've got to be realistic about each of those questions when you answer them. And I don't think Auburn is.
Finally, Joel, Illinois, they're 7-1, 6 of their 7 wins by double digits. The one loss, I know they're kicking themselves, the 3-point loss to Indiana.
Indiana?
Yeah.
What are they
I know.
doing?
I mean, what a terrible loss in hindsight.
Watching them, it's not like a fun style, but DeVito's not turning it over, and Chase Brown is 5 yards every carry, and their defense is really, really good. They should win the next 2 games. They should be 9-1 heading to Michigan. Do they have any shot against Michigan?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, they have a bit of a shot. Like, they run a defense. They remind me a little bit of, although with worse play. By the way, in the composite, just talent on the roster, I believe they're 14th out of 14 in the Big Ten. To show you what Brett Bielema is doing with not a ton of talent. Having said that, their style on defense is man coverage on basically every single snap. It reminds me a little bit of the 16-17 Michigan teams under Don Brown, their defensive coordinator. And the problem is that that's well and good when you're playing teams that can't exploit that. But as soon as you match up with a team that has more speed than you, then you're going to get your doors blown off. And I'm not suggesting that Illinois is just going to, get run over, but their style is good for who they're beating now. It's not necessarily great when you face a team like Michigan, when you face a team potentially like Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. I love their defensive coordinator. By the way, he was a teammate of mine at Colorado. Great. I call him a kid because that's when I first met him coming out of high school. But Ryan Walters is their defensive coordinator, and he's done a heck of a job. And that scheme is really good when you're beating up on teams like Iowa or that west side of the division. But when you've all of a sudden got to face Michigan's speed, you got Roman Wilson out there, Ronnie Bell out there, Corum, who's one of the best backs in the country, a great offensive line. Generally speaking, you're going to give up big plays because it's one crease and gone. And then the same with Ohio State with those wide receivers on the outside. So that's an interesting one. By the way, I want to go all the way back to what you brought up just before I came on. And Dunaway was talking about Drake May, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And you said, why wouldn't Drake May go to Alabama? And
No. I didn't say that because Alabama fans, because in the recruiting process, he was high on Alabama. I was just saying that the fans keep telling me he's going to be at Alabama next year.
I see.
A lot of rumors he's going to transfer.
I see. That's like, and I get it, right? I get it because you want to go where the grass is greener and have a chance to go to the NFL. I would just throw this out. Why would you go play for Alabama, who can't protect Bryce Young and doesn't have an elite core of wide receivers, when you could go throw to Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Wow. What a move that would be.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, best receiver in the country right now, Marvin Harrison Jr.
It is. And by the way, I don't want to take anything away from Jalen Hyatt. He's amazing and may win the Biletnikoff based on numbers and explosiveness. But just the best pure receiver in the country is Marvin Harrison Jr. He's unbelievable. And they were making tight window NFL-style throws on Saturday against a guy that'll be drafted in the first round, and Joey Porter Jr. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. would be a top 4 pick this spring, and he's got to come back next year.
We're not going to see Smith and Jigba again, are we?
Boy, I think at this point it is, okay, let's just rehab until Michigan. I think he'll give it another shot against Michigan. And if he can stay healthy, then he would be there for the stretch run.
Yeah.
But I don't think we'll see him even try it before that Michigan game.
All right, he is Joel Klatt, Fox 6, Saturday, 11 o'clock, the big noon kickoff, Texas Tech at TCU. We'll see where the Horned Frogs come into the college football playoff rankings, but it does have playoff implications there on Fox. Klatt, a big fan of the y'all can have the rest shirt, as you see there.
You can dress as a Halloween outfit.
That's right. You could dress up as an SEC homer for Halloween.
I think I could fit me and my son in it.
What size did we send you? An extra large?
Extra large. That's
Double
right.
X?
No, it's
just single. Okay,
I told you guys a large for Klatt. He likes his stuff tight.
Yeah, but they run small. I'm sorry.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I'll wash it just to make sure it's extra tight.
There you go. Make it a medium.
Hey, be careful.
Make it a medium.
Be careful if you wash it. All of a sudden, on the back, the AP Top 25 poll shows up with 7 SEC teams in it. We've got a special ink on it.
It's in cold water. It shows up.
Man, it should be just the CFP rankings and just like the 14 SEC teams, and then we start from everywhere else.
Please get somebody to video when you show up for your meetings and Gus sees you and he's, Joel Klatt.
The all-American boy.
With shade. All right, Klatt. Have a good week, man. Thank you.
You guys have a good one.
All right,
good
buddy,
to talk with you.
You too. Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND, and they will match that initial deposit up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
Hey, Patrick says, God, Dunaway looks so uncomfortable in that box. Wait till you come to my funeral. The next time you'll be able to say that.
Hey, that's true. If he kills
it. Dunaway looks so uncomfortable in that box.
Longest you've ever been in a box.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
If he kicks it today, we could just bury him in that. Yeah.
Well, technically, right. So I have been in here for an hour and a half. So no matter which way you're playing that statement, it is true.
Soaking.
Oh, wait a minute. You were buried alive one time.
Oh,
that was like 48 hours.
That is true.
Come on now. Y'all got to remember the history of the show.
All right. Taylor's unveiling, and we will do the trash segment coming up in our next segment, but a developing story that we've told you about a couple of times on the show already, but now by people who are not dressed in Halloween costumes, they're reporting it. But Mississippi State's AD, John Cohen, has told, according to reports, his folks at Mississippi State that he is resigning.
Yes, that he is resigning, so he will be taking the Auburn job. And Scott Forrester points out that according to Justin Ferguson, who covers the Auburn Tigers, that it is expected he'll be making $1.5 million, which is more than double what Allen Green was making.
Yeah, he just got to $1 million over there in his new contract, right at $1 million. So he's virtually not quite doubling his salary. But I bet in the course of this contract, I bet it's a lengthy contract, and at some point gets up very quickly to doubling his salary. I don't think this will be like a 2-year, 3-year contract. I think for him to make this move from his school at Mississippi State,
I would agree.
This is going to be some massive guaranteed contract for him to take over this program. We'll do the Taylor unveiling and do trash when we come back. We'll keep you updated on any developing story. It is all brought to you today by our friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in all of Toyland and the South. If he needed to get on this roof right here and check out my roof, he would do that as well. That's the kind of guy he is, and he would do it for no cost. A free no-cost roof inspection. That's what Greg offers up. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You get that free no-cost roof inspection. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. And when I say free no-cost roof inspection, it's free no cost at all. No hidden cost there from Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Or you can just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City. We're back in a moment.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. You know, Barbie, she can't always cook for Ken. When it's time, for Barbie to get out of the house, it's easy to swing by Champy's on Highway 119 and fill Ken's stomach up with that great Southern fried chicken. Sterling and that crew down there ready to help you today, open for lunch and dinner, and they'll help you with your tailgate this weekend. Pack up some Champy's tamales, that Mississippi Delta tamale, and take it down to Baton Rouge with you if you're going down for the Tide and the Tigers or getting ready for whatever is happening in your world this week. ChampysChicken.com. Perfect for your tailgate and your office party. Last costume unveiling today is from our command center, Taylor Korn, our social media director. Taylor, what do you have for us today?
I've heard this is a good one.
Oh, my God.
She's the Heisman Trophy. Stick the pose again. Stick it again.
Oh,
she's the Heisman.
It's so good.
Very good.
Way to go,
that.
T.
Yes.
My face is burning. Your face is burning, so we need to do the group photo quickly.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Is
Sooner rather
that
than later.
like legit spray paint?
Yeah.
No, not real spray
No,
paint.
not spray paint.
It's hairspray, yeah.
It's hairspray?
Yeah, what's on my face is what's in my hair.
Wow. T, I'm not sure this is safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So can we do the group photo in the next break? Everybody ready
we
for
need
that?
to do a quick.
Yeah.
Why don't I have my
All right.
rollerblades on? Will you put my rollerblades
Yeah,
back
we'll
on
get
for
your
me?
rollerblades back
Daddy,
on.
give us the pose one more time so we can stick it.
This
There
is
we
like,
go.
did you guys ever see Goldfinger? I know you never got to it.
I did. She does look like Goldfinger. You're right.
Yeah.
Taylor, I am impressed.
That
Well
is
done.
really, really
well
good.
done.
Smell like a paint fume.
Well,
There's so many fumes in here right
I've
now.
been sitting next to Ken over here all day. That's
we can
all I
leave one of
smell.
those doors open if we want to.
I don't
it's,
care.
It's hot under all this hair.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Taylor, the Heisman Trophy. Perfect here. So, too, is Trash. Let's hit it, Rockstar. So good.
Retired Army Lieutenant General Lieutenant. Oh, I'm scared. Well, Joe, are we having Hurtling joining us?
LT's Trash is presented
What?
by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and our friends at Mortgage Right, if you're fumbling through today's housing market alone, it's a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining that 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Lock in that interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. A woman became stuck in her basement when a sofa she was trying to move got jammed into the stairwell.
Pivot.
Had to be rescued by the fire department.
That's a terrible photo.
Oh, wow.
She's stuck under it.
That is amazing.
Wow.
So she's like legitimately stuck under that. She's not stuck behind it. Like she can't go downstairs and take a nap.
I guess you're blocked in by the other half.
Yeah.
You can't get away.
That's a very unfortunate.
But you got air coming, and you got a comfortable place to lean up to, so it's
They
not
can
the
send you
worst.
food. Yeah.
Not the worst. That's right. You got a food portal, water portal. I would definitely take a nap until they got there.
Oh, I would have told him to get a knife and cut I'm going to get on the other side of it. You cut this thing open.
That's right.
Melissa, 53, excuse me, does not want her surname to be published, was moving the sofa into the basement with the help of her partner, Todd, 55, when it became stuck. Daughter Claire, 23, found her mom trapped on the wrong side of the sofa, tried to help before giving up. Melissa, preschool teacher, was stuck in the basement for almost 3 hours.
Well, wait. Where did partner Todd go?
Claire and Todd tried to dislodge a handrail from the wall in hopes of freeing her. Todd, an energy company manager, even made a hole in the wall trying to get the sofa into the basement, but to no avail. Eventually, the family had to call the firefighters. Would you rather take the drywall out? I know it would be cheaper, but I'm just...
No, you sacrifice the couch here.
I think so.
Yeah. Sacrifice. You can go buy another couch.
Yeah. Anyway, she got out.
No, that's good.
I just worried that Todd, the partner, was no longer there. That seemed like an inside job at this point.
I'm going to play golf. Let me know if they get you out.
Sorry, honey. I gave you an hour. I got to go back to work.
Told you I had to play.
Does this sound stupid? The headline, the world's fastest shoes promise to increase your walking speed by 250%.
It does sound stupid, but it looks like something Dunaway's wearing
They look
today.
really cool, though.
Yeah. Are there wheels on them?
Yep.
Cruising down the sidewalk on roller skates that come with a bit of teaming curve. The Moonwalkers, supposedly easy to use as the moving sidewalks that take you through long airport terminals. You just strap them to your feet, go for a stroll while enjoying a considerable boost in speed. Developed by a team of robotics engineers who spun off their work into a new company called Shift Robotics. The Moonwalkers might look like roller skates, but they add power and intelligence to the experience. Strap-on design allows the Moonwalkers to be used with almost any pair of shoes, and each unit features a 300-watt electric motor that powers a set of 8 polyurethane wheels, similar to what you would find on a pair of inline skates like Dunaway's got on right now.
But I would tell you that my biggest fear as you talk about this is they're powered by what? 300-watt batteries?
300-watt electric motor.
Okay, so what if the motor in my left foot is still charged and the motor on my right foot dies all of a sudden?
You're in a circle.
It's a very uncomfortable split I am doing.
That or you just go in a circle the whole time.
Now, the claim that Moonwalkers can increase someone's walking speed by up to 250% is based on the fact that most people walk around 2.5 to 4 miles per hour. Moonwalkers actually have a limited top speed of 7 miles per hour, even while walking downhill, and users can come to a full stop in a little over 3 feet. Shoes expected to be around?
Foot in a crowd. Yeah.
$1,400.
I mean, it is cool in concept.
Not really.
Flat surfaces. Well, for instance,
if I walk to work every day, like if I was I don't walk enough. Like my walking comes on the golf course.
Yeah,
right?
but do you even get exercise using those?
Well, I'm not trying to get exercise. I'm trying to get to work on
Technically,
time.
walking is just guiding. It's helping you. It's like making it like you're walking on butter.
Yeah.
You know, like if I'm in New York City and I've got to walk, 16 blocks from the subway station to go up to my madman office.
It'd be hard to get used to.
Yeah, it would be hard to get used to. I don't disagree.
Game 3 World Series tonight.
I'm excited.
Let's go Phillies.
Adult entertainment company Cam Soda is sending trucks of lube to grease the poles in case the Phillies win the World Series.
Tradition in Philly.
Now, last week after the Phillies secured their first World Series appearance since 2009, the city greased poles as a public safety measure to deter all the crazy people from climbing them back in 2009. Cam Soda, an adult entertainment company, announced it's sending a truck filled with 55-gallon drums full of lube to protect unruly Phillies fans.
So it's an adult entertainment company, Cam Soda?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, it's hypoallergenic, too. That's good.
Yeah, you don't want to have
smooth.
You don't have an allergenic
55 gallons.
lubricant on your
It's
your
a
poles.
lot. This is crazy. A man in China became seriously ill after eating a live crab in an apparent act of revenge after it nipped his child with one of its pinchers.
Yeah, that'll teach him right there now.
Now, the 39-year-old man named Lu from eastern China was angered after a small crab attacked his daughter, decided to take revenge on the creature by swallowing it alive. According to doctors who treated him, the man went to a hospital with serious back pain 2 months later. Initial checkup indicated pathology changes in his chest, abdomen, liver, and digestive system, but the doctor was unable to identify the exact cause. It was not until Lu's wife recalled the crab-eating incident 2 months prior that doctors discovered was the source of pain. After his wife mentioned the incident, Lu admitted to doctors that he did indeed eat something, quote, special. Quote, I asked him, why do you eat a live crab? The doctor said, I wanted to take revenge for my daughter. Lu went on to say.
So this crab got inside and started trying to eat its way out?
He said that when we were by a stream, my daughter was pinched by a small crab, so I got angry, put it in my mouth for revenge. Blood tests showed that Lu had been infected by at least 3 parasites from ingesting the crab.
I thought the thing was still alive and was trying to eat its way out.
Not a good revenge.
Not today, Satan. And he's like clipping his way out. Okay, I'm out of the stomach. Woo! Which way do I go?
He actually...
It's a kidney. This will show you.
He's recovered, but still needs follow-up checkups. Finally, an ice cream shop has been forced to remove a gruesome Halloween display from its window after facing backlash on social media. Caspa's Desserts in South London installed a mannequin covered in a bin bag on top of a pool of blood with a large fake knife nearby.
Yeah, that's a lot
murder
right there
scenes
now.
may not
Yeah.
be a bad way to go.
Store.
No, yeah, it's not Spirit Halloween that did this, Rockstar. It's a dessert store.
This is a meat cleaver just hanging that just left. Just left the scene.
I'll take the strawberry sundae with some sprinkles, please.
That is insane.
Person tweeted, highly inappropriate Halloween window display if you ask me. Children see this on the way to school. Another said, to be fair, that is rather graphic, and I think children are becoming desensitized to killing, and that's very disturbing. One more person said, why not the old classics of carved pumpkins, ghosts, and witches? Why a display that's so graphically violent? Not a scene I would wish to see going about my business, I must say.
Yeah, probably so. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, and Mortgage Right, they have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR.
I mean, really, in the city of Philadelphia, you know how government works, right? They order 100 barrels of the 55 gallons of lube, and they start putting it in all the polls and everything in the city in case they win the World Series, and they've only got 99. They're looking around the office. All right, who took the other gallon of lube?
55 gallons of it.
Who took the other gallon of lube?
My guess is Lightning Tom over there.
Lightning Tom. All right, Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour of the show. Man, we love Sterling and his crew down there. I never thought I'd say this. Got a little hair in my eyes here. Sterling's fried chicken is second to none, man. The southern fried plates, all the sides. He's got specially made desserts, including caramel cake there, the Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. Champy'sChicken.com for your tailgates, for your office parties this holiday season, and also just to enjoy time at home. Make it easier on mom tonight. Pick up some Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy's Chicken. I did this commercial in 1977. Make it easier on mom tonight. Pick up some groceries and some Champy's Chicken, 1977. Take some home to the little lady tonight. Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. The Next Round Golf Cart is here, your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions, and the cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for that big red building on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and always follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
We had a nice little picture-taking session there, so we all got in disarray. Football tonight. We got Monday Night Football. Talk a little bit more of the NFL, and then back to college football with the Nick Saban Newser at the top of the hour. World Series has been fun, though. I found myself, I didn't think I'd watch much of it, and loved the first game on Friday night. Didn't watch any of the Saturday, kept it going. But the Friday night game was entertaining after we left here, and the Phillies got that win. Then we had the split. Now they're back in Philly tonight. I'll watch this. This is more entertaining to me maybe than the Bengals and Browns.
Yeah, look, Phillies need to get off to a big start. And, Noah Syndergaard going for them tonight. We'll see if he can be his dominant self. Game one, to be able to come back from 5-0, and I forgot what the numbers were. It was something crazy. I mean, it's nearly impossible to be able to come from that deficit, especially against a team like Houston. Lance McCullers will be on the hill tonight for the Astros. And this is an Astros team that's only lost once this postseason, but Philadelphia undefeated at home this postseason.
Yeah, you called that game one, though. You're like, the Astros haven't lost all postseason, and they never won game one.
The show being brought to you by our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. As we get ready to hear from Nick Saban coming up, we remind you that right now is a very serious time when it comes to your health. You need to be aware of a lot of things, and the Urology Centers of Alabama want to remind you.
Yeah, Dr. Eric Brewer and the entire group there want to remind you about bladder cancer. Bladder cancer is a common type of cancer that begins in the cells of the bladder. The bladder is a hollow muscular organ in your lower abdomen that stores urine. Bladder cancer signs and symptoms may include blood in the urine, painful urination, frequent urination, back pain. Factors that increase bladder cancer: smoking, increasing age, being male, personal or family history of cancer. Although there's no guaranteed way to prevent bladder cancer, you can take steps to help reduce your risk. For instance, don't smoke, take caution around chemicals, and choose a variety of fruits and vegetables in your diet. For an appointment with our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, call 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920.
So when you look at what Tennessee did against Kentucky as they get ready for Georgia, the fact that they weren't looking ahead and they were very mature about taking care of business back at home in that atmosphere, that's one of my most impressive things of the weekend, the way they handled that situation. That and the fact that Tennessee survived not their A game in Morgantown, those were two of the big check marks I gave away this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Tennessee was so impressive. And, You know, Hendon Hooker's been consistent all year. Jalen Hyatt seems like he's always open. And for their defense to show up, I know it's not a good Kentucky offense, but still, to hold them to 2 of 13 on third downs, 205 total yards. They turned them over 3 times. It was a dominant performance.
I want to go back to something we brought up with Klatt. Can we be done with the Will Levis NFL first-round talk now?
We've got to be.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he gets drafted somewhere and turns out to be a really good player, but I don't see, if you're an NFL franchise, how you watch the games and draft that guy with in the first round. Like, I watched a lot of Titans-Texans yesterday, and Malik Willis got the start. And he's not NFL ready. Malik Willis is not.
Well, he missed a lot of throws.
He did.
There's a big gap even between Malik Willis and Kenny Pickett.
Oh, I agree
who
completely.
continues to struggle a bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree
even
completely.
Trevor Lawrence is struggling a little bit.
At some point, we'll have the discussion about Trevor Lawrence. I don't know if it's fair to say he was a bust yet. A lot of people said that about Tua, and Tua is tearing it up this year. So sometimes it takes time. Sometimes you just got to get the parts in there, which is what happened to Tua. But I don't watch anything about Will Levis and say, boy, I wish my franchise had that guy.
Nothing.
Of course, now I wouldn't have said that about Tom Brady either, to be fair. That's the one you always have to point out, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
but Tom Brady still was very productive in college.
Yeah.
But it's a serious question. I'm not doing this just because of my history with him and our history with him. But if you had to go to battle in the NFL with Will Levis or Bo Nix, who would you go to battle with?
Oh, Bo Nix.
Yeah, not even close, right?
Yeah, I think Bo Nix. At least Bo Nix gives me, he gives me his ability to turn a busted play into something. Bo is, he's much better at that than he was at Auburn.
And Brown, Bo Nix will not sniff the top 3 rounds, will he?
I don't think so, but Lance brought up a really good point about Bo Nix I had not thought about in the pregame show Saturday, is that because of COVID, Bo Nix has another year of eligibility. And you wonder what he'll do, Lance. I mean, if he gets like a 3rd, 4th round grade, or Bo Nix, I think, would come back next year as maybe your odds-on favorite to win the Heisman.
Yeah, I think if I'm Bo, I come back another year.
I do too.
I mean, 6 total touchdowns this past Saturday, made a couple of mistakes, threw a couple of picks, but they win going away on the road. We always talk about road and home Bo. I mean, road Bo did make a couple of mistakes, but I'm telling you, man, his production this year has been
But that shows
crazy.
That shows you the power of just marketing and everything. I work in the business. I did not watch the Oregon-Cal game. But I was projecting a Bo letdown game, right? I thought it would be a back-to-earth game. I didn't know he even had 2 interceptions. I just saw the release from Oregon where, it was all of his stats, 6 total touchdowns again. I was like, oh, no letdown from Bo. I didn't even know he threw 2 interceptions.
Well,
I would imagine a lot of Heisman voters are like I am.
Yeah, and as you flash forward, I'm sorry, hang on one second. There is it has happened, guys. Yeah, we've got the breaking news here.
Oh, wow.
Auburn University has decided, this is from Auburn, decided to make a change in the leadership of the Auburn University football program. President Roberts made the decision after a thorough review and evaluation of all aspects of the football program. Auburn will begin an immediate search for a coach that will return the Auburn program to a place where it is consistently competing at the highest levels and representing the winning tradition that is Auburn football. Official, that's not reports, that is official from Auburn University.
So we knew what would happen today.
With us in costume?
Yep.
Yeah. So historically, this will be the way we break the news of an Auburn coaching change. So Brian Harsin officially letting go. We're about to get the release up. Forrester is working on that, so you can see that.
Hey, when you were getting dressed, I brought this up.
So it comes at 11:54 that Auburn is making a coaching change.
So they've lost 8 of their last 9 SEC games. That's
right.
really hard to do.
It is, unless you go back and look at Gene Chiswick's getaway year, fired year, and moments like that in history. Well, I mean, since the spring, since the boosters tried to fire him back in the spring, ever since then, it has been a countdown to this happening. We knew it was coming, and it makes you wonder. And I brought this up in the postgame show the other night. Would Auburn have been better off if they had just done it back in February or March?
Should have. Yep. You would have had to have it probably an interim coach this year. But what's the difference? You're about to have an interim coach right now.
Oh, you probably could have gotten Hugh Freeze if that's who it's going to end up being back then.
And that is the question now, is who is going to be the guy going forward. And you heard Klatt. He just doesn't think it's a good job right now.
Yeah. I was told by some very reliable sources that Mrs. Harsin in the area, the box seats area, where she sits, that she was walking around thanking everybody in her box and in the area of the boxes for being so nice to her and her family since they arrived to Auburn, almost like she knew it was coming. She was saying goodbye to everybody in the box-seated area where the Harsin family sits during games.
Well, you wonder how we're going to look back on this really just quick tenure for Brian Harsin, and it's going to cost Auburn a lot of money. But you got to get the right guy in, and although Klatt feels it's not a very good job, and I think there's probably a lot of college football experts out there that don't feel it's a good job, you still got to remember that Tennessee wasn't a good job before Heupel got it. Ole Miss really wasn't a good job before Lane was there.
That's right. Nick Saban's news conference at the top of the hour, LSU week. We'll get to that and more on the Auburn firing as the show is being brought to you today in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. LT, tell us about Gutter Cap, and we'll get to the top of the hour here.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. Patented aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladders forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call my friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The Nick Saban news conference in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Crocker Moving, crockermovingservices.com. If you've got to pack up your home or if you got to pack up your office, they will do it for you. They even do the packing and move you anywhere in the continental United States. Just go to crockermovingservices.com, the website there, to find out all their services. It's a veteran-owned company. Eric Crocker, the owner, is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He has built a company that is trustworthy and the best at what they do. It is something he learned by being a Marine, to be the best you absolutely could be, and that's the company he built. Anywhere in the continental United States with American-made products and equipment when available. It is our friends at Crocker Moving Services, crockermovingservices.com. Nick Saban at the podium in a second, but Browning.
It looks like Auburn is going to be on the hook for 50% of their buyout of Brian Harsin within 30 days now that he has officially been fired.
So that's about $8 million?
I think that's right. Yeah, about $8 million within 30 days, and then we'll be on the hook for the remainder of it over the length of that duration of the contract, if I am not mistaken, is the way that is written. It is technically 70% buyout, so he's getting 70% of what remains on the contract.
And if you're just joining the show, first, it is Halloween. And secondly, Brian Harsin has officially been let go and a release sent out by Auburn at about 11:45 Central Time. They are moving in a new direction. Also, John Cohen, the Mississippi State AD, has told Mississippi State he is resigning. He is expected to be the athletic director. They did not want him to be hired at Auburn and have to fire the sitting coach. So he'll come in. He'll be announced as the athletic director, and then the permanent search for Auburn's head coach will start then when Cohen becomes the athletic director. That's what we're being told. The process of that will be happening. They wanted to go ahead and take care of Brian Harsin before Cohen was officially introduced down at Auburn.
I remember Rhett points out, I remember John Samuel Shenker saying this. This didn't connect in my mind, though.
It did to me.
Did it really?
A little bit, yeah.
Because when we asked him if he was trick-or-treating, he said, quote, "We've got some stuff going on here today."
Yeah, he did.
And about an hour, 15 minutes after that, his coach was announced as fired. So that is interesting.
But maybe they didn't. They just knew that they had a called meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like he was in the football building over in the training room.
Yeah.
If I know my Auburn inside facilities just right, it looks like that's where he was when he was talking to us. He was in a different place than his normal location. So that's the backdrop of what's going on in Auburn. Before Saban makes it up to the podium here, tell us about our friends at Hamburger Heaven. They'll take us to campus to get us ready for Alabama and LSU.
Yeah, since 1982, Pete Flack and that great staff at Hamburger Heaven serving up Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order, including that club sandwich. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. They hand-patted meat each day for breakfast or lunch. Get into one of those 4 locations of Hamburger Heaven.
Here's Nick Saban getting ready for a trip to Baton Rouge in prime time.
Last week, really tried to emphasize with the players, what are you going to attach yourself to for the upcoming challenges for the rest of the season? Great time to do a little, self-assessment of what we need to do to get a little more consistent execution, whether it's individual players, systematically on offense, defense, special teams. So we really need to come together as a team versus good opponent. And that's obviously going to be really important for this game versus LSU, who right now is probably playing as well as anybody in the country. They're very well coached. This game has always got, significant implications. They're always ranked. We're always ranked. So it's a kind of a rivalry game that is always a really important matchup. Brian Kelly has done an outstanding job there, bringing this team along, improving each week. Jaden Daniels is one of the most productive quarterbacks in the country with his ability to run the ball, rush the ball, a very effective, efficient passer. They've got really good running backs. Got a whole core of receivers who have 20 or more catches that all do a good job in terms of getting open, catching the ball, run after catch, very good systematic scheme on offense. Their defense is allowing like 21 points a game, which is, one of the tops in the country. They're aggressive. They got good rushers. They're athletic. They've got good cover guys in the secondary, and they've got good skill guys on special teams. Their specialists are very, very good. So very challenging game all the way around for us. And we're going to have to do a great job of paying attention to detail, preparing for the game so that we can get more consistent execution and play for 60 minutes in the game.
In that self-assessment, what was your diagnosis for the inconsistencies within your running game?
Well, it's obviously wasn't very good in the last game. Needs to improve. And I think there's a couple things. We have to have a little more diversity in what we're doing, as well as being able to execute it a little better on a more consistent basis.
Is there anything new on availability for DJ Dale or Jaheim Otis?
Yeah, I think both guys are going to start back to practice this week. We'll kind of, determine how they do during the course of the week and what their availability will be when the game comes.
Charlie? With Eli Riggs, what kind of progress did he make leading up to that Mississippi State game? And do you think he maybe gained confidence from what he was able to do in that game?
Yeah, I think so. I think, fundamentally, we worked really hard to get Eli to understand the expectation for what we want him to do, to have a good understanding of the scheme of how we're playing and what we're playing. And I think he's developed confidence, throughout the season as he's learned more and gotten more comfortable. And I think he played well in the last game. So hopefully he can build on that. But I think it's important that he just, goes into this game and bees himself and doesn't think he has to do something fantastic just because he's playing against the team he used to play for. I think that's always important psychologically, the guys to be able to focus on what's in front of them and, do their job well.
What are some of the characteristics that Brian brought over from Notre Dame, and what was so challenging about some of those Notre Dame teams you played?
Well, they're always very well coached. They're always physical. This will be a physical game. They always have balance on offense. They're going to run the ball. Got a very good throwing scheme. Utilize the personnel that they have, very, very well. And, they've historically played really well on defense and special teams. So it's typical of what a well-coached team, usually does. And they've gotten to the point where, and all of his teams have been this way, they don't beat themselves. You got to execute and beat them. And I think that's got to be the focus, for our team.
How would you evaluate the way your defense has defended quarterbacks who can pass and run well?
Well, I think that it's very challenging to play against quarterbacks who, are dual threat type of guys. And this is obviously going to be a big challenge for us. And I think that it's something that the emphasis has to be on all 11 guys really doing what they need to do, whether it's pass rush lanes, whether it's how you cover people, keeping contained in the quarterback, kind of trying to keep him in the pocket. Even when he steps up, you can retrace the rush. So, there's a lot of elements to doing this that you just can't rush and think you're going to go get a sack and get pushed by the quarterback, and then he's going to end up having lanes to run in. So all these things have got to be real points of emphasis for us all week long so that, we have a chance to contain a guy that's a very good passer, but he's also can beat you with his feet.
How much do you enjoy the stage and the atmosphere of playing at Tiger Stadium on a Saturday night?
Well, it's a great, they got a great tradition there. They got a great atmosphere. It's always challenging to play on the road, in this league, anywhere you play. And obviously this is one of the more challenging places. So all the more reason to have great focus and attention to detail. And, we can't beat ourselves. We got to be able to have enough poise to be able to execute in this kind of environment, not let it affect us in terms of how we go about one play at a time and how we want to execute and get things done.
What makes your defense so challenging for defensive backs to kind of pick up? And then from Eli Ricks' standpoint, how much from a mental progression have you seen since he joined the team in December?
Well, I've talked about how he progressed through the course of the year. I don't really think that our defense is, that complicated to pick up. But I think it's a challenge for any new player coming in to learn any new system. So, we play zone, we play man, we play pattern match man, which is what most people play. So I don't see why it is more difficult. Every player sort of develops at his own pace. And, sometimes when guys have played in other systems, they sort of got to recalibrate what they already know to what they're, trying to learn. So that can be a challenge for some players as well.
I know you talked about how the team got in good work last week, but how do you think it helps the team with having a weekend of not having a game to get a chance to kind of renew that spirit for the last stretch of the season?
Well, you never know how a bye week's going to affect the team. Hopefully, gave us a chance to get some guys healthy. I think psychologically it gives you a chance to sort of recalibrate a little bit, get a little break. But it's still going to come down to what I said earlier about, what are you attaching yourself to? That means what's going into your head. Are you thinking about the internet, what other people think? Are you thinking about, the self-gratification you get from being productive and doing a good job? So the focus is so important, I think, regardless of whether you're coming off a bye week or you're playing week in and week out, to be able to sustain that, recapture it, regain it, momentum, whatever you want to call it. It's important to do in a game. It's important to do in the season, and it's important to do when you come off a bye week.
You talked about how LSU is playing as well as anyone right now. Is it a little impressive to see how their players have kind of adjusted to a new system?
Is that mic not working, or? I'm sorry.
How about now? Can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's better.
Okay, cool. You talked about LSU playing as well as anyone right now. Is it kind of impressive to see how quickly their players have adjusted to that new system under Brian Kelly so quickly?
Well, I think when, good coaching is good teaching. And I think when you have good teaching, players, do adapt and they do improve and they do adjust. And, the team's playing with, a lot more discipline and they're, really focused on what they have to do. I think they believe in each other, and I think they believe and trust in the coaching staff that they have. And that's why they made the progress that they made. All right. Thank you.
That is Nick Saban in our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. No question about Brian Harsin being dismissed there. Still not sure. Maybe the gathered media there didn't know, or maybe they didn't think it was appropriate at that point to ask Nick Saban LSU week about the fired coach cross-state with the rival.
I remember, though, when Phil Fulmer got fired right after Alabama beat them. Was that 08? I guess it was.
It was an opening statement from Saban.
Yeah, he mentioned in his opening statement. I'm not saying he wouldn't do that with Harsin. I'm saying this happened so close he may not even have been aware, but he wouldn't have avoided it. He was he's a guy that's addressed that stuff and talked about. I remember when Fulmer was fired, and that was back when there was a lot of vitriol in that rivalry. And he talked about how sad it is for the profession and how much he respected Phil Fulmer, yada, yada, yada. Probably the same type of stuff he would have said today about Brian Harsin.
And if you don't know what Nick Saban is doing, it is a coaches meeting. I don't know which one he's in, but it's a coaches meeting right up to the moment that he walks out of the coaches meeting right into that news conference. It happened. The release came, about 11:45? Is that sort of where it came down?
Yeah.
You got a timestamp there?
Mm-hmm.
So we're on the first wave of the emails out of Auburn. What was the timestamp?
Well, hang on. I'm going to change my email. I'm in my personal, not my next round.
We were posing for pictures and
helping Jim, right after that.
Helping Jim out of his rollerblades and rolling me over there for a picture here or there.
Yeah, and incidentally, because I had asked you guys this in the break, the weekly press conference, because I said, do you make the interim face the media now? That has that has been canceled. So
smart move. You don't want to roll them out there. Who did they name as the interim?
And nobody yet. 11:51 was when it came down. You know, it's interesting how
So
you
we were
go.
3 minutes into that.
Yeah,
we only missed it by 3.
It's interesting how you go about that with the interim. You know, a lot of people will look at that and say, name an Auburn guy. You know, you got a couple of Auburn guys on that staff. Normally you go coordinator, but is it weird that those are
too closely tied?
Yeah, are those his guys? I mean, both those are Boise guys for him.
Yeah.
You know you're going to fire them either way. They know they're getting fired.
I would go Carnell or Zach.
I mean, you feel like you would go Auburn guy. But I don't know. I don't know that it matters all that much. I mean, what's the rest of this season going to look like no matter who's the interim? Sometimes you see teams improve. We saw it with Georgia Tech. I mean, Jeff Collins got fired. They played some of their best football right after that. It didn't initially happen with Nebraska. Scott Frost got fired. They got destroyed by Oklahoma. But Mickey Joseph has picked the pieces up. They've played a little better, don't you think?
Yeah, they have a little bit better until this past week when I had them. I needed them to win. Philip makes a great point right
Will
here.
Healy got fired, and Charlotte went out and destroyed Rice this weekend.
Philip makes a great point. We'd like to welcome those of you from around the country who are probably national media members who are like, hey, let's check out Birmingham's next round real quick and get reaction to what's going on with the Auburn firing down there. You've tuned into our Halloween show.
Welcome in.
And 89% of our viewers said, and even we planned for this. We voted in a poll last week. If Brian Harsin gets fired, do we still dress up on Monday? And 89% of you said yes. So to hell with it. Here we are.
You knew it was going to happen this way.
I knew it was going to happen this way, and it has happened that way. Brian Harsin is out at Auburn. Here's what we want. We want your reaction as an Auburn fan in our social media platforms. You can do it on Instagram. You can do it in the chat room over there if you're watching on all our video platforms, but also on Twitter at Next Round Live, We want to know how you feel today. For some of you, you've been waiting on this to happen. Others were giving Brian Harsin a chance. And as the season moved on, a lot more of you kept saying, I'm ready to move on now. I'm ready to move on now. And on Saturday, longtime writers like Philip Marshall and new guys to the scene like Justin Hokanson, who's well-connected, both sort of changed their tone and said it was time to move on, and Auburn has moved on today. John Cohen has resigned at Mississippi State. He's going to be Auburn's new AD. Hasn't been announced yet, but they did not want to make that announcement before they got rid of Brian Harsin. That's just usually the way ADs like to roll. They want to come in and not have to fire people, come in and hire a new coach, and that be their first real major thing they do at a university, and that's what John Cohen will be faced with moving forward. The show being brought to you today in part by my friends at mybookie.ag. Brown, tell us about MyBookie. We'll go to break and get your reaction as from Auburn fans like James, who says, as a true Auburn fan, it's a sad day, wishing he would have gotten an extension and played a little bit better on the field. A lot more coming up as we roll on.
MyBookie.ag is where you go to get signed up, and they'll double that deposit bonus up to $1,000 when you use promo code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. They got the biggest online selection of odds and contests for all your sports betting, NFL, college. Swing for the fences with a brand new money bag. The MyBookie Money Bag, one-of-a-kind opportunity to spin for crazy odds on props and futures. You can see all of that at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Go for that money bag. Next round is the code you use to double your initial deposit bonus up to $1,000, up to $1,000. They'll double that deposit bonus with promo code Next Round. It is not just a sports book, it's a community. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. MyBookie.ag, code Next Round.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Let's do our spotlight today, stock report, and we'll get back to the Auburn firing of Brian Harsin, which is now official. I forget who it was, about 100 posts to go in the chat room, saying that's the way I want to go. If I ever get fired, I want a guy in a wig and a pink box making the announcement.
Super specific, but I agree.
Yes. Not to mention the buyout, by the way.
Our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa on the Strip. They're celebrating 40 years this year. Get in, 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop in for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
All right, and as you heard right there, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Let's go inside the box and see what my stock report's all about
Quad
today.
box!
Here in my quad box, my stock up is Chris Kleiman. Chris Kleiman is now 4-2 versus top 10 teams.
Just keep reading.
You too, Chris Kleiman?
Mine's for the same exact one as yours.
Okay.
Same game.
My stock down. Gundy made history. 48-0 is the largest shutout of an AP top 10 team by another AP-ranked team that's lower than them in the rankings. What a day it was for Kansas State. And I had a stake on Oklahoma State.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I did.
All right, LT, you can do yours. No need to do mine.
No, you go ahead.
I just did it. Chris Kleiman and Mike Gundy.
He had exactly the same thing as mine.
I could not believe the way that game unfolded. And K-State starting a backup quarterback and just shellacked Oak
Will
State.
Howard played well. Again, if Will Howard doesn't go out against TCU, they win that game.
It's embarrassing for Gundy.
My stock up, Marvin Harrison Jr. Look, he's been good since the Rose Bowl, and it's kind of weird. The first time we ever saw him really was the Rose Bowl last year against Utah. But you heard Klatt not only today but during the broadcast say they're just going to go to their best player. Who would have thought we wouldn't believe the best player is C.J. Stroud, but Marvin Harrison Jr., and as Klatt said, he would probably be a top 5 selection if he came out this year. Will Levis has got to be stocked down. We all agree before the year. I think we were all kind of shell-shocked that people were talking about him being a top 10 selection. I would be completely shocked. I don't care about measurables and combines and all that if he goes in the first round.
Yeah, that's our stock report today, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Yeah, stop in, enjoy the Alabama hot chicken, Bob's own personal recipe that he now keeps locked away. Baumhauer's is bringing you the newest and greatest featured item, fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a tangy blend of herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. It's all going on at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Stock down says carry Sam Hartman of Wake Forest. 8 turnovers, 6 in the third quarter, 3 interceptions, 3 fumbles in that third quarter. If you go look at the drive sheet of that Louisville game, I've never seen anything like it. It's like touchdown, fumble, touchdown, interception, touchdown, fumble.
I got to be honest, it was my favorite game on Saturday, but I didn't know how it would unfold like that. It was 14-13 at halftime, and then 35 third quarter points. It was an onslaught.
Your headline nailed it, by the way.
Yeah,
that's true.
He really did.
I mean, he did take a lot of shots. Sacked 8 times. Not only 8 turnovers, but 8 sacks.
I forgot about that headline.
Most
spot on.
shots of Hartman's taken.
Now back to the reaction of what is being done in the chat room, reacting to Auburn firing Brian Harsin today officially, and then we're only hours away from the announcement of John Cohen coming from Mississippi State. Bobby from Homewood makes a great point. John Cohen went out and hired Mike Leach to come to Starkville, Mississippi. So that's about as out of the box as you can get to get a Mike Leach to come to that fan base in Starkville, Mississippi. So to think that John Cohen's just a guy that's going to come in and dot an I and cross a T and get the same old type coach. To have some kind of vanilla hire of what somebody's putting on the list would probably be not very smart to do. He's the kind of guy that's not afraid to think outside the box.
Well, I'll just go ahead and tell you, if you want to scan the landscape and say, what would a Mike Leach-like hire be for Auburn, it would be Deion Sanders.
It would be Deion Sanders. That would be one.
That's just as outside the box as hiring Mike Leach.
Fingers crossed.
No, I would love to see it.
I mean, watching Deion again on game day, and we all know what Deion's all about, but he comes in on his motorcycle / scooter and gets up there and just starts preaching, man.
No, listen.
Who's swag?
It was fantastic. His appearance on game day was absolutely terrific. I don't know if Auburn will ever consider him. I know a lot of fans, are either joking about it or really want Deion. I don't know which. I'm just saying that would be as outside the box as hiring Mike Leach to come to Starkville. And we still don't know if that's successful. I mean, there's times it looks like it has been, but I think he's 500 right now overall.
I don't think Mike Leach is a successful hire at Starkville, but we'll see. I think he'll always be able to win a game he's not supposed to win. I think he'll lose a game he's not supposed to lose.
Their last 2 hires were outside the box in terms of regional fit. Like Joe Moorhead was very well thought of as an offensive coordinator. So when you look at it that way, you're like, yeah, that was an obvious hire. But Joe Moorhead was a Northeastern guy. It didn't fill Southern. And it didn't work. He wasn't awful, but it was never a comfortable fit. And Leach was just as outside the box. I mean, that's the last 2 hires at State.
And before that, Dan Mullen was a Northeastern guy.
That's true.
Let's be honest, man. Hugh Freeze is a guy that is getting it done at Liberty. They're number 23 in the country. They play on the road at Arkansas this week. if his team goes in there and beats Arkansas on the road, what more of a track record do you want? What he's done at Ole Miss, I know off the field stuff, and then he goes to Liberty, gets them winning this way, and he takes a team on the road and wins in the SEC. I mean, you could almost just roll out a news conference right then.
Well, and I think he's realistic. I think he's a guy that would take the job. You hear a lot of people that don't believe this is a great job right now because of how much interference goes into this job. Dion with those boosters would be fascinating. Hugh Freeze would bite his lip right now, wants to get back to the SEC. To me, has coached his way back into the SEC, and a guy that has success or had success against Nick Saban.
No, he has. A lot of people talk about how Greg Sankey accepts Hugh Freeze. Is the SEC trying to block that? Can they even block that if they want to? There was a time it was thought that was the case. I have been told that the SEC has kind of softened on that after Ole Miss got past all their trouble.
That's right.
The issue with Hugh Freeze is I've got a school in my conference on probation because of his actions. I can't have him coaching another school while that's going on.
And you guys are bringing up a good point here. I don't know, because sometimes when you get on probation, you are sort of turned into by some other people. I don't know if John Cohen and the state folks had any hand in turning in Hugh Freeze. How long has Cohen been the AD?
It goes back to 16. Is that right?
Yeah,
Am I right about that?
Did that?
I think that's right.
Yeah, that was the year he was fired.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would
you
say
don't know
this.
if there's any bad blood, is what you're saying between those two.
It would be interesting, too. People are talking about Lane Kiffin. I don't think Lane Kiffin would take the job. I'd be really, really, really surprised.
Would you make him tell you no, though?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah,
But,
I don't think Lane Kiffin would leave Oxford for Auburn, where the programs are right now, either.
But it would be interesting that a Mississippi State former AD just takes a job and goes after Ole Miss's head coach.
I'm going to have to pull it up because it's been so long ago. You mentioned Mississippi State. Matt Wyatt, did you guys see his tweet?
No, I did not.
If you wonder how this is playing in Starkville, now the
well, first off, Mike Leach isn't leaving. Auburn is not going to hire Mike Leach. They don't. I don't think Auburn would want Mike Leach. I wouldn't if I was an Auburn fan.
From Matt Wyatt, former Mississippi State quarterback, now the analyst on the radio network, the selfishness and disrespect required to pull off this move, underlined at this time, with state staff and football teams set to play Auburn this week, is something I'll never forget because I've never seen anything like it. A new low for the SEC, hashtag Hail State Forever. So that's kind of the way that's playing over there as he departs Mississippi State. Obviously, the Harsin story now is bigger than the Cohen story.
Well, let me ask you, do you wait a week to introduce Cohen at that point until after?
I wouldn't introduce him at that game.
The word's out now.
Yeah.
Well, you can't introduce him. It's on the road anyway. But it is a weird situation.
That is a weird situation. I had not even put those two together that they were playing each other this week.
You say Auburn fans wouldn't want Leach. I don't disagree with you.
No, there's no way. I mean, if Mike,
no, I don't disagree.
He's not even in the mix.
Well, I'm saying they haven't wanted their last three head coaches. When Gene Chizik was named, they didn't want Chizik. They didn't want Gus Malzahn. They didn't want Brian Harsin.
Well, and that's
there's the Matt Wyatt tweet Forrester's putting up for us now. If you want to see it in writing, if you're watching in the video, he took time to underline at this time.
Yeah, I will say, Lance, and to everyone that starts throwing out candidates, the one candidate that was never mentioned in the last coaching cycle hired was Brian Harsin. Not one person ever said, I think Brian Harsin's got a shot at getting the Auburn job. So, that was a left field hire by Alan Green and some of the non-traditional power boosters at Auburn. I don't think the traditional power boosters at Auburn are going to let that happen again. I just, I think they've got all the power now because they said, look, you guys did this and you see what happened. We had to fire the guy a year and a half in. And now we're having to pay him all this money because y'all screwed it up. We got this one handled. So I think your traditional power boosters are the ones that are going to be running this ship.
Caleb's asking, what do we think the best and worst job available is right now? I think you can put Auburn in both categories there.
Explain that.
I think it is the best job available right now, and in some ways it's the worst or hardest job available right now.
You just repeated what you just said.
Well, I mean, I think
what makes it the best or what makes it the worst?
It makes it the best because it's a SEC job that has won a national championship in a not too distant past, that has played for another and has won SEC championships, and it makes it the worst job right now just because of the off-the-field boosters that can impact it quickly. I mean,
degree of difficulty with the job too is maybe the highest it's ever been.
But there's only so many jobs that you can go win a national championship yet, and Auburn's one of them.
But Wisconsin is one of those jobs because
it hasn't been done yet, not in my lifetime.
I don't know if Wisconsin is one of those jobs.
Wisconsin now with USC and UCLA coming over, different dynamic.
Wisconsin, you can get to your championship game, or you have been.
But now with them coming over, it changes the dynamic.
And if they when they eliminate divisions. So I'll throw UAB and Charlotte out since they're not Power 5. The Power 5 jobs that are currently open: Arizona State, Auburn, Colorado, Georgia Tech, Nebraska, Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Auburn and Wisconsin are the best of that bunch, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and it's Auburn for me. Auburn's the best job.
And I think, though, there's still a chance that A&M might be open, and then that becomes the best.
There's no way it can come open, LT. I mean, I understand the philosophy that you got to pay him $85 million today or over the next 8 years.
You're paying him that either way.
But he's not done losing. They're 3-5.
He's not. He's not done losing, and he's doing it in a bad way. I don't think his players respect him anymore. People are questioning his offense. The portal is about to open up out there, which could get really, really ugly for him.
But $16 million to Auburn is basically $80 million to A&M.
Oh, I agree. But, until somebody writes a check, and I don't know how it's worded, if they can pay him that over 8 years, or like in Harson's case where you have to pay it half within 30 days. Like Brian Harson's, everyone's saying it's his birthday tomorrow. I don't know it's his birthday tomorrow until I do top reads.
It's birthday for the next 30 days.
That's exactly it.
If it is his birthday tomorrow, then what a great birthday gift that I got a one-time $8 million check into my checking account. The people down at Regions are going, what? Is this right? Is this a mistake?
I wonder if this is a bittersweet day. I mean, obviously Harsin took the job wanting to win championships and have a lot of success, but at the same time, now that he's seen behind the curtain, the way he probably feels he was treated, not only in the offseason, but this entire season, and the money that he's going to get, and he'll be able to coach again in West Coast.
I think he'll be able to coach again. I think it's probably bittersweet, but I think it's somewhat of a relief. He was unusually snippy at his post-game press conference Saturday, which tells you a lot of this was starting to stack up on him. And a lot of people made a big deal. I do want to point this out, not that I guess it matters anymore. His post-game press conference didn't occur until 80 minutes after the game, which is unusually long.
He always does it long. That is unusually long.
And people were talking about the fact that he was not wearing Auburn gear. He would go talk to his team, shower, change, meet with the recruits, then come meet the media.
Yeah.
He really never did it hardly in Auburn gear, and it was always a long time. So I wouldn't read too much into that there. A lot of people are thinking maybe he got fired, in the downtime there. I don't think that's the case. I think it went down today.
Yeah. So Brian Harsin is out at Auburn. John Cohen has told Mississippi State he's leaving. So Cohen will be the next announcement from Auburn as the AD, and then they will start the national search for the next head coach with John Cohen leading that way as the athletic director of the Auburn Tigers. We'll do 4 downs and a lot more coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the Penn Store. The Penn Store, if you want to dress perfectly for game day. Hit the wrong button there, Jim. There you go. Hey, the Penn Store's got 7 great locations, 7 of them. You get the Penn Store in places like Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn, Alabama. Wear the best team gear. Check it out, pantstore.com, pantstore.com. Follow them on social media at the Penn Store. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and a lot more. And women's fashion, specifically for the female fan in your life, you find them at the Penn Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, Auburn, and, of course, online at thepantstore.com. 4 downs and much more on the Auburn search, which is now starting to crank up as the Tigers get ready to play Mississippi State, and a big week in the SEC. All that and more as we roll on right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Getting ready for some great remembrance of LSU Alabama games from the past and heading down for that big game this week, Bama and LSU. More on the Auburn firing in a second, but first, New Life Art, LT.
Yeah, the top of the line, that new portrait out there from Daniel A. Moore. Top of the line features Alabama running back Major Ogilvie leaping for a touchdown against Arkansas during that 1980 Sugar Bowl, securing Alabama's 11th national championship. All orders received by 11/18/22 will be autographed by Major Ogilvie at no additional charge. It's a $125 value. So all you got to do is go online right now. You can place that order, and I'm seeing if there is a code word. I don't think there is. I think it's just New Life Art. Yeah, to shop now. Just go to DanielMooreArt.com, and you can shop now right now for that.
7:15 on Showtime. I don't know if this came out in theaters. I remember everybody talking about it, then it disappeared. This is an original. Confess, Fletch. Fletch is a reboot of the classic crime comedy film. This time, Fletch becomes the main suspect in a series of murders while investigating thieves that stole his girlfriend's art collection, starring John Hamm.
John Hamm as Fletch. We discussed that.
Hey there, guy.
I was a little worried about that.
I watched it. I watched it about a month ago. It was okay.
And you thought
it was okay?
Was John Hamm a good Fletch? John
Yeah.
Slattery seemed like the best cast person in that.
Yeah, so I mean, you could tell they had immediate chemistry back from the Mad Men days. But I thought, Hamm's just a good actor.
He is. Can I just say, if you don't get caught up on Santa being fat, John Hamm is a terrific Santa in those soccer commercials.
Which is interesting. I never saw a trailer for this. Did it just go straight to Showtime?
I think it did. Yeah, I saw it on like social media. The trailer.
I just saw Hamm out promoting it on the talk shows.
Yeah, because he doesn't do a lot of endorsements these days.
No,
right?
it's hard to find him.
He is everywhere right now.
Very concerned about the World Cup being in the holidays.
Yeah.
And there's the new premiere of The White Lotus. Season 2 premieres. I didn't know that.
Is that tonight or last night?
No,
It was last night. It was on HBO Max
Was
and
it good?
everything.
Yeah. Michael Imperioli, Christopher Moltisanti from The Sopranos is one of the cast members. It's all in Italy, so there's a lot of Italian actors. There's subtitles, but it picks right back up where it was. It's weird.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch it.
For tomorrow's viewing menu, there's a new Christian Bale movie. It's like a mystery.
It's on Netflix.
Oh, is it?
I think it's Netflix.
Go watch the trailer, and I'd like your thoughts on the next.
Will you check and see if Brandon Marcello is throwing out a list or a leading candidate or something?
I've been told who his leading candidate is.
Well,
I'll pull
I
it
see
up.
that in the chat room.
I'll pull it up.
I want to believe it. I want to see it to believe it.
Okay.
Greg from Pell City scared us momentarily in a costume. We'll talk to him after the show here. But now it's time for Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Tell us about Vulcan Tires before you give us our Four Downs.
Yeah, Dunaway, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th. It should be opening any week now, right there in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Oh, more impressive win on Saturday. Kansas State over Oklahoma State or Tennessee over Kentucky?
I'm going to go Tennessee over Kentucky because Kansas State had a chance to beat Oklahoma State, and at some point, I don't think the score matters as much. What impressed me about Tennessee with the game they have on the horizon with Georgia and all this was, Tennessee Martin was nothing. They are still partying about Alabama up there, goalposts, new uniforms. They came out and they never looked bad. They never looked bad in that game. And that's a mature group right there. And that's what impressed me the most
I think
is how
I'd have to
mature
go.
they looked.
And Oak State, Gundy will lay an egg on you, right? I was very impressed by Tennessee. I think we'll go Tennessee over Kentucky.
Back to your stock up. I think I would go Kansas State. They were up 35-0 at the half.
It was that was incredible to watch, really.
Yeah, to be able to shut out Oklahoma State like that. Deuce Vaughn bounced back with a huge game. Backup quarterback and Will Howard didn't turn the football over, forced 3 turnovers.
And probably locks them into the Big 12 championship game with TCU, that rematch. And they've got a little buffer now between those two and everyone else. But still, for Tennessee with national championship implications and, the Georgia game out there, so impressed with Tennessee.
Second down.
Okay, which loss was more damaging? Wake losing to Louisville or South Carolina to Missouri?
First, I've never seen Knievel's eyes before, so this was weird, you pulling the glasses off.
No, he wears glasses on and off.
Okay, so what
When he
was
makes
the
serious
question?
points, he does.
Yeah. Which loss was more damaging? Wake to Louisville, South Carolina to Missouri, or me over the Fountains of Vegas?
You over the Fountains of Vegas. I
Yeah,
think I would
every
go
bone in your body.
Wake to Louisville. South Carolina was in the top 25, but, what were they going to do, right? Wake, at least in theory, still had a chance to make the ACC championship.
Well, they were a top
game.
10 team.
I know.
Since 2015, South Carolina, when they played and lost to, was that Auburn? No, it was 2010 in Auburn. Was Carolina back there? They were 2015, I think, is the year. South Carolina has been 2 weeks in the top 25.
Wow.
And
lost both of them?
They lost both of them. 2 losses. And they barely were there this week, and they got beat by an inferior program, to be honest with you. For Shane Beamer, whose name will pop up every time there's an opening if he continues to have the success, that was a bad loss for South Carolina.
203 total yards, and Spencer Rattler just hasn't been good.
Third down.
More surprising team after 8 games, 7-1 Illinois or 3-5 A&M?
I would say more surprising is A&M.
Yeah,
that team started in the top 10. They're 3-5.
Illinois hasn't played the toughest of schedules.
Still, that's a terrible program.
It is. But they look really good. They're well coached. You cannot say they're not well coached. And Chase Brown is such a good running back, and DeVito's fit in there well. But for Texas A&M to rattle the cage as much about the best recruiting class in the history of college football and do all of the stuff they've done to be 3-5 right now and maybe not make a bowl game, that is unheard of.
Well, I don't think he would want to come back to the South, but Bielema to Auburn, guy can coach.
I don't think he wants any part of the SEC. And that wouldn't excite me as an Auburn fan.
4th down.
I want some offense, man.
Christopher Columbus would have been 571 years old today. Nick Saban, 71, better career.
Oh, Saban.
Yeah. Saban found the promised land when he left Miami. He went to Tuscaloosa.
I mean, Columbus aimed for America, hit the West Indies.
He did.
Saban aimed for championships and hit it 7 times.
And, Columbus, I don't even think Columbus is considered the greatest explorer ever.
No.
Probably Marco Polo, right?
Magellan's pretty good. They named the thing after him, right?
The
original GPS was a Magellan. Lewis and Clark underrated. They found the West. Ponce de Leon. You know how Ponce de Leon knew he fell in Florida? He got hit laid out of bounds by a Florida State defensive back.
Is that true?
That's true, 100%.
I thought he stepped into the pool at La Vila. I'm home.
That is our 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, locally owned and operated. Make sure you check these guys out. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, we got a final thought coming up, and Brownie will give some of the reaction that is going on in the chat room to the Brian Harsin official firing today at 11:51 Central Time by the Auburn Tigers. LT and I had 4 New York Butcher Shop steak bets over the weekend. I won with Arkansas over Auburn, and I won a late touchdown from the Gus Bus UCF with a backup quarterback. They had lost their starter early in that game, and UCF beat Cincinnati. Now Gus is ranked with UCF. Those were my 2 wins. My 2 losses were Oklahoma State, which wasn't close, and Nebraska, which wasn't close. So now we're still 2 up for me, brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher.
Technically 1 up because I won one today with Harsin getting the axe.
Haven't
that's
factored
right.
that one in.
So you said he'd make it 6 Iron Bowls. He made it 1
Iron Bowl. Missed that one.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus Prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family. 2 great locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I should go ahead and give you T.J. Yeldon because he's not even thinking about the NFL anymore. But for some reason, it would be so Jim if I gave it to you. Then he makes a roster next year and gains 28 yards in the first game. So I'm going to hold that one for a bit.
You're about to get Tennessee 10 wins.
I'm about to get Ole Miss 9 wins.
Oh, wow. How
Twice.
about that? 2. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, don't they have one gimme game at some point, even if they lose to Bama and State?
No, I think they're straight conference here on out, if I am not mistaken.
Yeah, but you've got the NFL with Green Bay. They ain't making the postseason.
Their next 3 games are Alabama at Arkansas and Egg Bowl.
Ooh.
That's tough. That's tough right there.
And a bowl game where they probably get up slotted somewhere. Come on, Lane. One more win somewhere. All right, final thoughts when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Crime in Jefferson County has gotten so bad, 161 murders already, and the year is not finished. We're ranked 3rd nationally for homicides, with over 30% higher violent crime rate than the national average. The county is in crisis. Vote Jared Hudson for Sheriff of Jefferson County.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Final segment of the show brought to you by the Lock sponsor, our friends at Hemp Hill. They bring you the Lock every day.
Another winning week, another winning month. Jump on board. We're 8-3 on Saturday. We've got a free play up tonight. By the way, we're taking the Cleveland Browns Monday Night Football. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090.
Brownie, before you tell us what Brandon Marcello said, did you see how much I got into the skit? What's not on either one of my arms?
Muscles. Tone.
Definition. Yeah, Forrester asked me who's got more definition, Taylor's arms or mine. Taylor. She works out.
You shaved your arms.
Yeah, I shaved my arms because Ken doesn't have hair on his arms.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, he sure does.
Did you shave your armpits?
No, I didn't. I trimmed them though because I didn't want to have a puffy, puffy hair coming out.
Vince Neil went to Key West.
Come on, Club La Vila.
Can you
girls,
pull
girls,
me a new
girls.
A local or a recent Vince Neil?
Yeah. Brendan Marcello, quote, the number 1 candidate will be Lane Kiffin.
That's what Brandon Marcello is
He will
saying.
be the number 1 guy, and I can tell you this because John Cohen, coming from Mississippi State, is very familiar with what Lane has obviously done at Ole Miss. But there's the number 1 thing. He has been a killer in the transfer portal. He calls himself the transfer portal king. Auburn needs immediate help in that football program. They can fix a lot of their issues with the transfer portal. It won't be an overnight rebuild, but a man like Lane Kiffin would come in there and fix things, get it right on track almost immediately. They need a coach that can do it.
Yeah, but okay, so I understand why Auburn would want Lane. Why would Lane want Auburn?
He's frustrated. The thought behind that would be he's frustrated with Ole Miss's NIL push. That's why he's had to hit the portal so hard, which that is true. Auburn apparently, according to Marcelo, has got $11 million in the NIL war chest.
I just didn't see an Aston Martin rolled out down on the plains.
Did you see a kid keep the Aston Martin in Oxford, though?
It was a rental. It was a rental.
Which, as you know, are tough to come by.
They are.
Hey, run behind us here. Scary dude right here.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
That's our buddy Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. About to get on the roof
you
right
want
there.
that man on your roof?
Yeah, get him on your roof right now.
You might get shot with that look.
Alabama News Center update. We're about to do that.
Wow.
Boy, they'll love that.
Just dressed like this. I knew it would happen today. Brian Harsin out at Auburn. More reaction coming up. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.